Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream and the return of streaming on YouTube. This is now the first stream on the new channel. We have a brand new YouTube channel specifically for streaming. This was done for one major reason, really just that the content kind of diverges a little bit on stream from what I normally do on my classic YouTube channel, which is focused, primarily on tutorials and long form video. Streams are obviously long form, but not as edited. So we are up with a new channel. You can find the link to the new channel. It's youtube.com/@Indie Tales Live. Just like that. Cool. So, yeah, I'm excited for it. I don't know how that channel will go relative to the main channel. I was thinking maybe we could do more like clips, stuff like that from it, rather than just doing streams, like the recorded sort of VOD content on the YouTube channel could technically be more, a bit more loosey-goosey and not like, I don't want to say shitposty, but you know what I mean? Just a bit more fun. Okay. Now, though I am streaming today, I had a really bad night last night. I'm really tired. I woke up really early, went to bed really late. Not a great combo. So we might take it easy today in terms of like just how much stuff we try to do. We'll see how my energy goes in the next like 45 minutes or so. But I've been going through it today, that's for sure. So it's not been an easy day for me. But it is what it is. I want to say a big welcome off the top to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Big thanks to Void Playing Games. We got Cat Dragon, etc. Who else we got in here? Myself. Be sure to say hi. Hey, Andrew. Booyah, Grandma. You are the first YouTube chatter ever. That's right. You made it. You won. Good stuff. Hey, Pinchy Scree. How's it going? Sorry to force any of you out of your lurking. I'm like, hey, come and chat. So, I'm just going to finish tying my hair up. And we can get straight into it, I suppose. Now, this is a bit of a first time. I guess we should do like an overview for anybody watching on the YouTube channel who has never really watched this content before. Maybe they're going back, back through the archives and they found this video sometime in the future. It might be nice to do a little bit of a top-down view of who I am and what I do and what this content's all about. To wit, I actually presented a video or a presentation not one day ago, a couple of days ago, 1 day ago plus, about who I am and what I do. So maybe I should give that presentation today, given that it's, starting a new thing and introducing ourselves on the stream. So let's do it, I suppose. Shall we? Why not? All right. It's going to be the short version of this, but I might as well give it to you. So, hey, my name's Adam. I presented this talk 2 days ago, decidedly, at the University of New South Wales. I was invited to speak at their Game Dev Society, which is like a student group dedicated to game development, on my journey. And we've talked a fair bit about climbing metaphors on this stream. If you're watching this video on YouTube for the first time, I am typically a Twitch streamer. I also have a YouTube channel. The main channel is called Adam C. Eunice, where I host most of the Indie Tales content. which has up until this point, since 2018, been about, tutorials for the most part. So we're going to do a quick flyby of like who I am, what I'm about, and that kind of thing. This should take under 15 minutes if we're lucky. So, hey, I'm Adam. I am the creator of Indie Tales. Maybe I could do the presentation mode for this, actually. If I just quickly press this button here, it might be a bit easier. 1 second, chat. There we go. Fill that screen. Why don't we? Should be good. Cool. So my name's Adam. I am the creator of the Indie Tales channels. At the moment, the main YouTube channel has about 275K subs. I'm also the creator of a game called Insignia. Over my life, I've wanted to make video games for a long time. It's coming up to like 20 years now of trying to make games, or being interested in making games, I should say. And I break these phases of my life down into like sort of 4 main little chapters. So the first one is the dreamer phase. The second is the dabbler. Third is the practitioner. And the fourth is the pro, where we are now. So let's start. The dreamer. So in 2005, I was just starting high school. I think I started in 2004. And I was a massive nerd and a weeb. And I had a DeviantArt page, and I used to draw characters, original characters, and I used to do fan comics and all kinds of stuff with my friends to do with online content. I wanted to be a concept artist, and I really, really liked Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts at the time. Those were just 2 things that I was super all about. We also made little games in RPG Maker. We tried, and even Game Maker, I think was the first language I ever used. We learned Visual Basic in school, and I actually started getting a little bit interested in code as well. I contributed to an online kind of game/community called World, which is a lot like Roblox today, but it was made in Flash. The key thing about World was that you could create content like avatars for other people to use, kind of like Second Life, and you could sell them. And I used to do that. I had an account there called Ratchet, and I used to make avatars, mostly like fan content of Pokemon and whatever other stuff that players could download and use as their character. And then I would make furniture and stuff for people to have in their homes. So I made a little bit of money that way, and that was, I guess, my first game dev job. A little bit of action script, mostly Flash animations. This was a very cringe time in my life. This is kind of some of the first pixel art I ever did. The Requiem was my DeviantArt page, and I was all about 3 things. This is like a character bio for your OC you could make on DeviantArt. People did this like template, and they all passed this around. And my character liked video games and had bad eyesight and was super into Christianity. And only one of those things has changed in 20 years. So during this phase, like being a dreamer, you really are beholden to no one, right? You could just do whatever you want, enjoy the countryside on this mountain climbing metaphor, and, be comfortable with the fact that cringe is just a state of mind. Like nobody can tell you what you should and shouldn't be interested in. And it's not that you shouldn't think of it as cringe one day, but you're probably incapable of thinking of it as cringe. And it's good because you're finding out what you like, and that's important. Then we have the dabbler years. So in 2010, I started going to university. We'll start back here. I went to the University of Sydney. I did a degree called Design Computing, which is now called Bachelor of Design in Interaction Design. So it was in the architecture faculty, and I learned a lot about design patterns and user testing and prototyping and creative code. And that degree was kind of set up in such a way that you could do a lot of electives. And so the second half of my degree, when I wasn't doing the core units, was basically just me turning it into a game dev degree that I created of my own. So it was like, I took a bunch of programming classes, algorithms and complexity, programming 101, databases, that kind of thing. Even like HCI, human computer interfaces and multimedia. So I learned a little bit about things like compression algorithms and filters and that kind of stuff on the graphics side, as well as, basic design interaction stuff that we were actually learning already in the core unit. After that, I got a job at a place called Massive Interactive, and I was a UX designer professionally. So during this time, indie games were just becoming a thing. Indie Game The Movie came out in, I think, 2012, and was covering a bunch of games that were made between 2009 and 2012. And that time coincided pretty tightly with like the iPhone 3G coming out and the App Store and the Xbox Live Arcade. These are two marketplaces that didn't exist prior to 2009 or 2008. As far as I know, I'm not really sure. I don't think the Xbox Live Arcade was before 2008. I think that's when it came out. So this was the first time really that like a small studio could release a proper game on a proper console and get paid for it. It's sort of like the dawn of indie games. Now, obviously, Flash was a big thing before that, and there were lots of indie publishers on Flash. Armor Games is one that's still around today. But, Flash games didn't always feel like real games, at least in the way that I was inspired to play and make games. I was, like I said, a big fan of things like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, these Square Enix, mostly JRPGs, these big worlds that were created by big teams. And I didn't think that there was really an opportunity to do that in Australia prior to this sort of wave. Okay. Then I also had a channel. This is my first streaming channel. My first YouTube channel was this thing called Introducing Adam. And it was kind of just like my first shot at making content online. So I did tutorials and I did walkthroughs and I did speedruns and I did reviews and general vlogging about video games. And I even started doing an indie game sort of series, but it didn't last very long because I didn't have much experience anyway. So I was just sort of, faking it till I made it kind of thing, or doing my best impression, I guess, at taking what I had learned and putting it back out into the world. I was really passionate about games, and I really, really wanted to be in a position where I could be someone who could communicate about them and have an audience, because I like sharing what I learn. So it's kind of my way of actually learning the things too. Like explaining things helps me understand them and digest them. So during that time, like I said, I was a UX designer as well after uni, and I worked at a place called Massive Interactive. We did a lot of broadcast UI, I guess you could say, and in the aerospace industry as well. So we did seatback entertainment systems for companies like United Airlines, seen here in this screenshot from Spider-Man Far From Home. That's actually a UI that I worked on directly. We also worked on set-top boxes, things like Rogers, if you're in Canada. I worked on some work on there. And later on in my career, as a contractor, I worked on a project that we did for Riot, things like that. So we were doing UX design, basically. It's literally what it was. And I was just sort of a junior and a mid designer at that company for 3 or 4 years before I kind of left. And during that time, I had learned a lot of code at university, mostly Java. And I was looking for a game engine to start taking games more seriously. I was learning processing at the time through uni. And so going into my full-time job, it was more like, how do I take this Java thing that I know how to do and turn it and like move into something more serious, more performant with more tools? And I settled on Unity eventually. And I entered a bunch of game jams and made a bunch of little projects. Some of these were more like mathy and experimental. I wrote an algorithm that created meshes using a Delaunay triangulation for like island generation. Just like a 2-month project I just picked for myself. I made a turn-based networked like online version of like not Fire Emblem, Advance Wars with a friend of mine. I made an infinite runner. I entered a few game jams. This is like a little simulation Conway's Game of Life thing that was turn-based. This was a ocean simulator, and a bunch of other stuff. Eventually, though, those experiments became focused. I started getting bored of just making new stuff all the time. And I had this idea for this character that I just started drawing one day. And I just found myself creating lots of content around this character. The world, his parents, his life. What does that look like? And Insignia was kind of born from that. At the time, it was called the Smith Syllabus. It was just like I wanted to make a side-scrolling action game, and I thought I would use pixel art as the art style. You can see here that pixel art wasn't really necessarily where I was going with all this. I just sort of ended up on it. So this was my dabbling phase, right? I'm making games, but I'm not like committing to any project. I'm just sort of in uni, just coming out of uni and just mucking around on stuff to figure out what I like, you know, more than just playing with concepts. I was actually starting to commit, but not very long. During this phase, obviously, I started to generate taste. I started to realize what being an indie game dev would require. And I started comparing my skills to proper developers and wondering whether I was ever going to meet that. So contrary to, you know, you've got the dreamer. The dreamer becomes the dabbler when you start to develop that taste, right? You notice where you're headed. And my advice to you is to not let yourself to get discouraged by that gap. You know, you have to start somewhere. So that continued for like, I guess about 6 years until I took on the risk to become more of a practitioner, trying to become a professional. In 2017, I quit my job and I had already sort of put a little bit of time into Insignia. Like I picked Unity, I started doing some editor programming, and I sort of had done like a Armin's Room, the collision system for combat, a couple enemy designs, one outside area. It wasn't really a game yet. It was more just like a series of scenes that tested systems. But I founded my little company up on Hill. In March, so I quit my job in February. The project, the Unity project didn't exist before like October or like September 2016 was when I guess I fired up the Unity project for the first time. I was mucking around with assets, didn't really have a strong idea about what I wanted to make until about November 2016. And then February, I quit my job. March, I booked the PAX booth. Or like, yeah, April, something like that, as soon as you could. During this time, I didn't have a game, but having that impetus forced me to make the game in that period of time. And I took the game to PAX that year, which was a big success to me. Like, it's a big milestone to do that. And looking at it now, you know, it's still, to me, there are still elements of this that are really cringe. And the standard has gone up in general for indie games. At the time, I still think, looking at it, I was probably a little bit behind standard. And I got some feedback there that was positive and some feedback that was like very politely more critical. And I learned that I craved that feedback. I needed that feedback in order to improve what I wanted to make and to meet the expectations that I had for it. So I started streaming. Which is where we are today. I started streaming. This is my first stream on Twitch. It was, I spent half of this first stream with the microphone muted because I didn't realize that I had muted it. Some of this art is still in the game, actually, which is interesting. And, you know, for months I didn't have any viewers. I just sort of was talking to the camera and streaming and just acting like I had an audience until I did have one. And that grew into the Indie Tales channel that you're watching today. On YouTube, on Twitch, I started doing tutorials and showing off more of my experience, more of my world. And people seemed to respond well to those tutorials and the lessons that I had learned. And that kind of really led me for a long time because it started becoming a revenue stream for me. So I put a lot of time into trying to meet the expectations of the algorithm and chase that, hoping that I could make it a business. At this stage, I didn't have a lot of security. from 2018 to 2020, I was working on the game, working on tutorials. I also made a game called Arrowbound after a Ludum Dare project that I worked on was quite successful. I think I got 8th or 11th in Ludum Dare in 2018. And I was like, I'm going to make this a mobile game because I'm kind of tired of working on Insignia, straight. It would have been like almost 4 years. So I made this game and put it out. It's free to play. It's done quite well. It has 4.5 out of 5 rating on the Google Play Store. And I also did a bunch of other little contracts. This was one that I did for an ad agency who had a contract with Asus for the Zephyrus G14 laptop. This was an ad, like a full minute of animation in pixel art that I did. I also did some bits and pieces for other, I guess, companies. Some of these were UX contracts, not in games. Some of them were. Some of these were actual game contracts, like me producing game assets or, ads for games. And then some of this was sponsored content just directly through my YouTube channel. So that was kind of helping me make money doing my dream as my company, but not enough really to be considered a professional, right? I also made a bunch of game jam games because that was important to me to keep doing that. To be a practitioner, I think the key learning here is that you can't always force the path that you want to take, right? You kind of like can only do what's available to you option-wise in your business while you're building it. And sometimes you need to take detours to stay on the mountain. But the key thing here is that staying on the mountain gives you experience and puts you in the conversation where other people would have given up or failed or moved on. So the longer you stay present and contributing to that space, locally, whatever, online, the more likely it is that things will start to stick. People will start to notice you or find you, or opportunities will start to come that way. And then eventually you'll have a portfolio of pretty reasonable work that you can share and use to get more work. Which brings us to the pro era. That's where we are today. So the last 3 years were about Insignia, again, building it back up into something that it's heading towards now. I decided in the start of 2023, while I was in Thailand with my wife on an exchange unit for her university, we spent 6 months living there. I decided then that Insignia was heading towards something that needed to be a team project. This was off the back of kind of some soul searching that I did in 2022 at PAX. Again, funnily enough, that seems to be where things happen for me. I had decided that the game wasn't heading to a place of fun. It just wasn't going to end up where I wanted it to in the direction it was headed. And that new direction, it required a lot of solving of the combat system, of the ability system, a bunch of new ideas. But it also required a bit of an understanding about what the project would look like. How long would it actually take me to produce this thing? And I realized that it would probably be a team project. So 2023 was spent kind of prepping the project, solving problems, refining systems, and getting it in a place where I could then bring on a team. And in 2024, I applied for a few grants and was awarded those grants. So all of the content creation stuff really helped me out here. I was able to present quite well and present a very clear plan. Obviously, having a Twitch stream and a YouTube channel, some revenue meant that I could put a lot of time into my application. And to date, so far, I haven't been refused any application that I've applied for, which is pretty cool, out of 3. So Insignia became a team project because it got funded. And I quickly became the director of this team of 6 people. I produced chapter 1 with the team at like a release quality. We also produced a trailer, which is still has not been released, but is finished. And I directed that trailer as well with a team of 4, I think, overall. So late last year and the beginning of this year, I was sort of responsible for the work of about 10 different people. And that was really, it was a period of growth and intensity for me, a lot of pressure. But I think I've come out the other side feeling quite confident about where the game is going and how to make creative decisions about its future as a game and as a product. So the game today it's an action adventure title, side-scrolling. It has a novel combat mechanic that allows the player to absorb abilities from enemies and use them to reach higher heights in combat. It also has a plot with a classic adventure tale, lots of lovable characters, lots of pretty pixel art in a sprawling world over about 5 chapters of gameplay. So I'm really happy with where it's headed. Also, this year has been a really big year for me in content creation and collaborations. So I've worked alongside Thomas Brush on a podcast, and I spent a week in LA with the Primogen. These, though they are the biggest things that have happened on the channel, I really I haven't been putting that much energy into YouTube recently, just because I've been so focused on the game. But I guess it's another testament to how the momentum of the time that you put into things stacks up. And this has been really great for me. I've been really enjoying meeting new people and I guess sharing more of me with the world. And I'm also doing game contract stuff. So this is the first year that I've actually been reached out to directly to work on a contract to make a game end to end, me. Just like, this is a project, we need a game made, can you make it? I'm working on a game for the Museum of History New South Wales, which is a series of museums, including the Museum of Sydney. And I'm working on a little sort of micro game that's a bit educational about an archaeology excavation that took place, an exhibit that covers a dig and the artifacts that were found there in Sydney about 50 years ago now, 40 years ago. Cool. So to be a pro really involves learning to understand where your limits are and to seek out others, right? To contribute your hard-earned knowledge and experience, right? This can be about bringing others on the journey, but it can also be about reaching out to others. A huge portion of my kind of forward steps in the last year and a half has been about being in contact with people who have answers to questions that I don't have the answers to, or who have experience doing things that I haven't done yet. So whether that's mentors, whether it's friends, whether it's compatriots in game development, or in my case as well, actual, colleagues, people that I work with now and direct, having their experience be there to fill in the gaps of mine is the thing that allows what I'm doing right now to become a professional thing, like pretty much a full-time thing. And obviously that's also made possible from all the steps, right? From the dabbler, from the dreamer to the dabbler to the practitioner to the pro, all of that stuff counts and it stacks up. So it's not just that one day you're a pro and things just happen for you. It takes time. Cool, let's talk about some summary thoughts. The first is that imposter syndrome ends when you say so. In the original presentation I gave at the university a couple of days ago, I didn't really talk about mental health, but I will say it here because I think people watching here will find it useful. First, I'll show you this little comment. So this is Adventure Time. Sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. There's something here that's valuable, but I want to kind of go a bit deeper. Game development is like a really aspirational thing to take on. It's insanely complicated how much work you have to do to be able to make a fun game, right? Something that's like worth someone else's time and money. Being able to make that is hard. And the road to being able to make a game that other people find fun is paved with like not being able to do that, right? And learning and failing and learning and failing constantly. And in the industry that we live in, and just in today's world in general, you will be flooded on your entire journey with social media, images. You'll meet people at conventions and conferences, people who you meet at game dev meetups or whatever, you'll be constantly surrounded by finished games, things that look good, made by people who are competent. And it's really, really, really easy to develop a sense that you aren't good enough or that you aren't able to do what you're doing because you haven't made something that's good yet or finished or anything like that. The really difficult part here is the stopping the crossover from judging your games to judging you as a person. I mean, that's really hard to do because when you invest so much of yourself into making something, your games really do become you. I mean, they're something you made. They represent you, your ideas, your thoughts, your competence. So to feel like you have self-worth, even if the games that you spend all your time making aren't that great yet, is hard. It's really hard to do. But at some point, you'll find that you have learned a lot and that you are doing good work. And the mechanism for no longer feeling so crappy about yourself is completely internal. It's something that only you can determine. Being open to what other people say and think about your work is really important. Feedback is critical to improvement. But depending on outside validation to create motivation for yourself is very dangerous too. So unfortunately, being a game dev today, it comes with this. You'll be faced with this one way or another. And it's a journey that you're going to have to walk on your own. But you can take comfort in that too. It's not always, it's scary, but it's a puzzle that you have the solution to. The second little nugget here is that you have to enjoy the hike. So like I was saying, game dev is pretty much full of failure. It's just like you're just gonna make stuff that's bad until it's good. And even the good stuff that you make will be bad and unfun and confusing, and people won't get it right up until you release it, right? All the way, unless you get really lucky. There'll be things about it that maybe even when it releases just don't make a lot of sense to other people or just didn't come out the way that you wanted them to. So if you don't enjoy the process of learning things, then you might not enjoy making games, because having a finished game is not, that's the destination, that's not the journey. And the journey is like so long. So yeah, it's hard, right? But that's a prerequisite. Third is that if you must aim high, bring a parachute. This is something that it's advice that I need to take. I'm actually okay with people being ambitious. I think ambition is really, it's a positive quality in people. And being ambitious beyond your means is the only way that you ever gain the drive to actually achieve those means sooner, right? If you want to be good enough to direct a studio, how do you do that if not by trying to do it? Some people do just like find themselves in these amazing careers where they just sort of like stumble upwards. But I think for everybody else, you really have to be motivated. Now, that being said, taking huge risks is one thing. It's another thing to be beholden to the huge risks that you took 2, 5, 10 years ago without any kind of pivot or recourse or re-rationalization. Ultimately, like, you are the person who has to bear the consequences of your dreams, and being able to say, hey, like maybe I wasn't very good at estimating what this was, or maybe I don't really care about this as much as I thought I did at the time, or maybe I've changed, and being confident enough to just pick a new direction or refine your approach, that's really important, right? That's your parachute. And the fourth is to be open to other people, right? It's easier to hike when you have a Sherpa, when you have mentors, friends, teammates, critics, players. Other people are the ones who are going to point you in the right direction. That's it. I mean, you make games for other people to play. If it was just for you, I mean, you couldn't make a game just for yourself if you wanted, but I guess 99.9% of games are designed to be played by people who were not the developer. And the only way you can build a relationship with those people is by involving them in your work. This includes like helping you learn things faster, making fewer mistakes. It also includes just getting a sense of perspective on the approach that you're taking, right? Maybe there's something that you don't see about your work because you're so close to it. And just having somebody else look at it and play it with fresh eyes is super valuable. So don't do it alone, at least not the whole way, unless you like pain. All right, that's the talk. Thank you. So now, those of you who are catching me on YouTube, scrolling back to the first stream that I ever did on the new channel, now you know who I am. Welcome. Cool. So today we're going to be doing more Insignia dev. We can talk about the project, and we can sort of do a little bit of something to do with dev today, I guess. Hey everybody. It's nice. How many people we got watching on YouTube already? Hey, 5 concurrents. That's pretty good for my first day on a new platform. Can't complain about that. Yeah, thank you. Lycan says, hello, just started watching your YouTube tutorials this week and they're so helpful and you're such a calming and caring presence. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you and also ask, how do you normally decide on proportions for characters inside of a world? Oh, it's a tough one. It's really bound up in the question about art style. And that's something that you rationalize over time, right? It's sort of, you massage the art style while you work on the game. You look at other games that are similar to it, things that you want to borrow or appropriate or change or update. And as you work, you'll find that there's just like a natural groove that you fall into in terms of proportions of characters and colors, that kind of thing. I mean, stylization, how much you want to like caricature the characters, make them disproportionate relative to what like a normal human looks like. That's all up to you. And it's part of storytelling, right? If your game is supposed to be comedic, then maybe you want to go a bit more silly. Maybe you want to go a bit more strange. If your game's very serious, you might want to go more human, more realistic. And particularly with stylized characters, you would pick a specific trait or a specific aspect of the character, and you would emphasize that. So you might make a strong character really square. You might give him really broad shoulders, maybe a tiny waist, something like that. But that's all up to you. It's your choice what you want to do. Thanks, Felix. So, I don't know why our view counter doesn't work. The link in the channel description or the main channel is the wrong link. Aha. Let me just see if I can fix that. Hey. How do I fix that? Oh, there we go. Got him. Thank you for that. Yeah. So we should be good there. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. So last night I applied for that Play Now Playmakers event in Melbourne. So I will be at GCAP this year. I will be at PAX, and hopefully we'll get in touch with some publishers there if we don't already have one signed before then. Today on Insignia, we've still got a little bit of thinking to do. Personally, I don't feel super motivated to do the edits that I've been doing the last little while. I might have mentioned a bit earlier, I'm feeling really tired today. And there are some things that I think are equally pertinent to this, to do with production, that I'd like to work on. Mostly around the kinds of compromises that I want to make on Insignia. We were talking about this yesterday on stream for some time. And I'd like to sort of continue that conversation a little bit. Yeah, looking for publishers for funding. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So yesterday, actually, we were talking about kind of this metaphor to do with mountain climbing, sledding, right? We were talking about the payload on the back of the sled being something that can affect your production, right? The payload being the game's features and content and values, the core pillars of the gameplay that sit on the sled. We were talking about this yesterday. And that having a sled that's over encumbered can make it slow and difficult to work with. And that there are multiple ways that you can lighten that payload or make the trip easier. You can increase the number of people working on the sled, pulling it. You can lighten the payload. You can jettison one of the core pillars of the game. Lots of things you can do. And for me, right now, as the director, I think when I look at the game, I'm mostly concerned about, and this is not just like the game itself, but the production. When I look at the production, the resources, where the energy's gone, and how to budget for it, for the next chapter and the next one and the next one, I'm a little concerned because I don't have a strong way of validating the next 4 chapters of the game. So, you know, there are 2 circles here. There's like what I think the game chapter 2 or whatever will require, and then there's like what it will actually require to get done. And these 2 circles, when they don't overlap fully, every part of the non-overlapping section goes red, right? That's called waste. Am I still set for no Kickstarter? Right now, I'm not really trying to bank on Kickstarter. It's still a possibility until the game comes out. You know, there's no reason why I couldn't start up a Kickstarter. But I'm not really currently looking to draw on it. Just because it's kind of a gamble, and I don't really need to take that gamble right now. So, my goal as a producer is to be able to make the 2 circles be 1 circle, right? So that when I budget something, it gets done. We talked about why it doesn't overlap. This was a couple of days ago now. So actually, we didn't say this specifically, but how can it be made easier for them to overlap? Simplify the game. That's basically it. So that includes make it smaller, make it less complex, increase the dev size, but that doesn't make it easier. That just makes the waste or add resources. basically eat through the risk by having ample time resources. That's like more staff, more money, more time. Well, Warner, I think it comes down to like how much I could expect versus what my needs are. Any business, it's really one thing, right? It's really one graph. It's like, what is your return on investment? That's literally the only factor. So, if I was making a game that only needed 20K in funding, and I could get 20K in funding, then that's success, right? We get the funding over the line. This is 20K. Great, we're great. But if I'm looking for like 200K in funding, well, my 20K now is not good enough, because now the ROI needs to be the requirements in order to meet that investment are now up here, and I might still only be able to reach that. So my ambition, I mean, if we talk about having actual data to back this stuff up, we do have some data. I can go look at some things like, let me see if I can grab. Our Pixel Game Research doc. Where is this? We'll find it. There it is. So, like this document here that I put together last year, this is a database, a sample of a database that I pulled from Steam. And I basically assessed all of the games that were similar to Insignia. And I looked at basically the estimated revenue on Steam that those games generated. And what I can do is compare Insignia's expected budget against those games. So for me, I would say we want to make a profit, right? So if, let's just say Insignia has $500,000 US dollars in budget by the end of it, right? After all is said and done, all the contractors, my time and energy put into it, the Screen Australia funding, all of that stuff. If we add all that up and it ends up at something like 500K, then you would expect the Steam revenue to be something like, well over $1 million minimum, right? To make any kind of profit, because Steam's going to take 30%. Publisher might take 30 or 50% of what remains of that 30%. So that's another 30%. So what's left is 30%. So now we're looking at, okay, at least 1.5 million just to break even. So actually what we would want, assuming we only wanted to release on Steam, it's possible we want to release on other platforms and we might generate a lot of revenue there too. But, you're looking at games in this region now in order to have the game be considered a success, at least here and up. And when I look at these games, these aren't pushover games. These are some decent titles, it's we have to do a really good job. And when it comes to looking at the publishers of these games, like Devolver Digital, it's very hard to get a good relationship with a publisher if the narrative behind the development of your title doesn't look too good. Like if we do a Kickstarter and we aim for 30K and we make 60, that's not a success. I mean, it looks like a success. It's okay, but it's actually not enough money to fund a chapter of the game's development. So a publisher might look at that and say, 60K, that's something. But do you really have the demand for your game? And publishers are like that these days, even though that's their job to make the demand. So you can look at these titles. These are all Kickstarter titles. And you can look at the amount of money that they were funded for, right? All of these ones were, well, if we sort by backing, 100K US. We're looking at stuff up here. Anything under 100K, these titles very rarely did great. Crosscode is the only one here that had a decent backing. If we go back to the backing, not a decent backing. Well, 100K backing, and they made 5 million estimated. So like some of these games here, we're still looking at like anywhere north of 20K, south of 100K backing, but their actual revenue wouldn't be enough to, like I've already put in more money into Insignia than Flynn Son of Crimson has estimated to have made. So that's just that would be just the grant funds would be that. In fact, it's USD, so maybe not. But yeah, it would be really important that we were more in like this range, right? In terms of revenue. So looking at the backings, you have to go like well north of 100,000 to sort of be in that range. Not have to, but that would be the correlation that I'd be looking for. If we were more like 150K funded, 200K funded, now you've got, and you can see why this would be the case, right? You can see that like, if you get $200,000 in funding from Kickstarter, you can put that into real development, right? You can really you can hire like a great trailer studio to make some sick trailer for you. You can, hire 2 or 3 full-time developers to work on the game for like a couple of years, maybe. That's reasonable funding, right? Whereas this stuff is kind of like play money a little bit by comparison, because you can't really spread that money around. That's just this isn't like, obviously I'm not trying to say that Insignia is worth or not worth any of that stuff, but this is kind of just like the reality of the business. And I actually have pretty good faith in Insignia. I think that it would do quite well on Kickstarter, but I think we would have to really push hard to ensure that the Kickstarter was successful. I fear that it would have to be my life for a couple of months, that Kickstarter. I'd have to really, really push hard. And I think it's possible that we could do it. It's just not something that I have a lot of experience in. It's something that I mean, if we had like a producer on board, or again, even a publisher, I think a Kickstarter would go well after we had the publisher in a way. Because at least then they could bring their expertise into making sure things like the fulfillment was well organized, So, yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, I think that the thing is, this is the reality of what Insignia is that Insignia is trying to be, at least right now, unless I change something, which is what we're talking about, Insignia is really trying to be Owlboy, right? It's really trying to be that. So if I look at something like Owlboy, in terms of its size, as a game, the amount of revenue it made, the quality of the game, look at how many languages it supports. 13 supported languages. big story game, lots of dialogue, 13 languages. That's like 130K right there. If we're talking about just 10K per language. And that's normal. Like that's for a game that, you know, if you want to get your IGN review, whatever, if you want to get in the press, you kind of need that oomph behind the game. You need like a lot more interest and money and just generally resources to push a game like that over the line. Now, for me, if you watch the earlier part of the stream, you know that what I'm inspired by is Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts and JRPGs made by AAA Japanese companies, games like Nintendo titles as well. For me, I'm okay with those games being the yardstick. I'm okay with treating Insignia like a baby version of a Nintendo game and trying to go through those motions of like, yeah, let's do the localization, let's do simultaneous release on Steam and console, let's do a healthy QA period, let's get some accessibility options in there, like let's actually do this right. That's what I want for the game. But I have to be quite practical about my access, about the industry that we're releasing the game in, and what publishers who are the stakeholders in this, what they are going to be prepared to outlay to put out for someone like me, who is maybe a YouTuber, sure, bit of a following, but do I have the experience to actually scope and meet the scope of a game that's as big as Insignia? If I'm being super honest, like, man, I can write the story. I guarantee I could make the game exactly what I wanted, given enough time and resources. But I can't tell you how much time, how many resources I'd need to do that. Genuinely, I can't do it. Like, not with a degree of certainty that I would bet on. That's the truth. I mean, it's important to believe in yourself, but it's also important to be realistic. So that brings us to where we are today. I really do feel like while I'm editing the game, the story of the game, I'm noticing things. I felt this the last month, and I'm not afraid of having these moments. Like I said, in October 2022, I had one of these moments for the combat system where it just sort of dawned on me that something wasn't going to work. And it's dawning on me right now that something else isn't going to work. Now, we're getting refined here. The things that we're talking about are more like the difference between the game coming out 6 months over budget and over time and getting a 7 out of 10 instead of on time and 10 out of 10. That's what I want, right? I want like to exceed expectations is what I want to do. And I'd be prepared to shrink the production a little bit in order to get the game at a level where it's small enough for me to have that certainty, and particularly to be able to pitch it, right? Like, I know what I want to. I know that one day I'll have enough experience and be a good enough director to be able to like go out there and budget a game this big. But until I have like a producer, like a standalone producer, a person whose job it is to help me scope this stuff, I don't think I can do it alone. So there's an option there. I mean, look. I was actually talking to a producer today, literally today, who has worked on top tier titles on Nintendo consoles for AAA studios. He recently, fortunately for me, just got knocked back from Apple after like a bunch of interviews. He got really close to getting accepted for a specific position. I don't know the details, but he basically said to me today, like, hey, I'm more available than I would have preferred to have been. So boo for him, yay for me. And we've been talking a little bit about the prospect of him coming on as a producer. just casually, not a deep thing. I've met him once. Yeah, of course. Director and producer are different roles. Director is about creative, producer is about business and production, getting it done, right? You have a little bit less freedom because otherwise, what's the point of a producer? It's their job to help create constraints and meet those constraints. But this is the thing. It's really a question of, do I want... Insignia can do two things, right? The project can... The project can get bigger as long as the team gets bigger, or the project can get smaller with the current team. Either one is possible. And I've talked as recently as yesterday. Today, I told somebody that I wanted the team to be about 10 people. But I think that even if the game did have 10 people on the dev team, having it be smaller than it is right now would still be a benefit. Like releasing something really good and having way more resources than you need is way, way, way better than having not enough resources and being overambitious. That's just like practically, I'm not an idiot, you know, like I've been around long enough to know when things are going to work out and when they're not going to work out. So knowing when something isn't working out is, I don't have much drink left. Knowing when something isn't working out is a really important thing. And we'll talk a little bit about what it was that happened in 2022 that made me feel that way. So October 2022 was a period of time for Insignia when, so I'd been working on the game at that point for 5 years. That was the 5-year mark, October 2022. And I'd done different things, lots of contracts. I made Arrowbound, like I said earlier in the video. And so it wasn't like full-time all the time, but still 5 years is a long time to be working on a game, or like 4.5, I guess, at that point. But I guess it's at a certain point you have to ask the question, like, is the game fun now? If the game is exactly what it is, but more of it, is it good? And I was having a specific problem. At this point, I even had, I think, maybe not the Hunden, or maybe I did have the Hunden in the game, but I had like some enemies. I was in the middle of working on chapter 2 and I had a few different enemy types. I had the combat system, I had the behavior trees. We'd learned so much on the stream about enemy AI sort of systems, and going from having the enemies be like hard-coded each from scratch, all of their features, to decentralizing everything and making it more modular, and having the enemies reuse components, and having behavior state system with trees and using mono behaviors as the states. And we built a lot of logic that would help make the combat easier to design and prototype and iterate. But fundamentally, the game wasn't fun yet, for a reason that had to do with something that was genre-based. I talked about, with the sled yesterday, we talked about the mountains. So these genre mountains, right? These experiences that work, that people build their games around, like roguelike. The reason why they work is because there are gameplay features that harmonize really well together under that genre banner. And the features culminate to create what you would call a dynamic. Okay, so like, let's just say in Age of Empires, you know, collecting resources is a feature. making units is another feature. And the fact that making units using resources gives you the power to get more resources is a dynamic, right? That's like a thing that creates momentum in the game. There are other mechanics and they create other dynamics like the combat in the game. But fundamentally, it's not just that gathering things is fun, and it's not that creating units is fun. It's that gathering things gives you the propulsion to create units, and creating units lets you gather more things. So it's sort of like this phenomenon, this like emergent thing happens out of the game that creates like an experience. That's like the smallest unit of an experience. And in Insignia, I had some systems that were not creating a dynamic. They didn't have a good dynamic. It was something to do with the distinction between platformer and action. So platformer is, you know, you have your character and the character has some kind of reach. Yeah, they can jump some amount of tiles up and some amount of tiles across. And usually in a platformer, you know, your character is so big and they can jump, you know, usually many body lengths wide across gaps and stuff like that. And usually in a single screen in a platformer, you might even have like one, you might have two, sometimes even 3 layers of platforms so that you can anticipate what's coming up. So there are some basic dimensions about how big a character is on screen in terms of the camera size, how far they can jump, how high they can jump relative to their actual size, that dictates how to make a platformer fun. If your game has platform mechanics, you are having to engage with these dynamics, these properties, I guess. Separately, if you're making a game with combat, now you're in a position where there are other constraints that have to do with the size of characters, the size of hitboxes, the reach of their attacks, that also play into this same constraints, right? How big is the camera? How big is the field that you're playing on? Can you navigate around the features? And what was happening in October 2022 was that I wasn't at a place where the game had a very clear relationship between the platforming elements and the combat elements that made them gel well. Because the problem was the enemies didn't have anything that you needed to get through the level. The enemies dropped coins, but that's not necessary. You don't need coins to get from A to B. And the platform physics, the platform mechanics let you jump over enemies. So like it meant that in order to make the enemies something that you needed to encounter, I either needed to make the enemies really, really big so that you couldn't jump over them and you couldn't avoid them, which would make the animation budget a lot higher, or the animation quality would have to go down, or I lower the player's ability to jump, like nerf the platforming. So this ends up being like, do you want to make a Dark Souls game, right? Or do you want to make Celeste? Which you can't have both unless you give some other mechanical incentive for the player to attack the enemies. And that's where the ensign system came from. So what I did was I had to invent a new mechanic for the game in order to make this clashing thing merge back in again, right? So the answer now is that, well, you can jump over the enemies. You can get from A to B without having to physically encounter an enemy, but you can't get where you need to go until you get the key from the enemy. So I didn't have to compromise the game because I found a solution where I could stash a core aspect of the player's incentive inside of an enemy encounter, meaning now, yes, so what, you can jump over an enemy's head. You still have to fight them if you want to be able to get from A to B. And that pushed the game, if this is platformer and this is Souls-like, that pushed us actually over to a third mountain, which is Metroidvania. Now you've got gated progression based on abilities. Okay. New mountain. And we've sort of headed there ever since. Now, obviously, a Metroidvania can be a Souls-like and it can be a platformer, but there's a specific set of, criteria that make a game a Metroidvania that Insignia has become a lot more like since October 2022. So this was like the first time that I ever did that, where I was like, hang on, I have a design problem that will make my content not fun unless I solve this problem. Because imagine if I had kept going on the path that I was on. Imagine if I had just not really tried to solve this. There would be no reason to fight the enemies and you just run past it. I hear a lot of people talk about Breath of the Wild. And in Breath of the Wild, they always talk about how they hate the weapon degradation. They hate the fact that the weapons break. But if you think about it, the weapons breaking is the only reason you go back to those camps and fight those bokoblins. Because inside of the hideouts, there are good weapons. If your weapons never broke, you would just find the ones you like and you would use them the whole game and you just run past all the things in the open world. So Breath of the Wild has the same problem, but in 3D, right? You don't have to go to those skull camps because you can walk around them, right? So if you can walk around them, because it's an open world game, in previous Zelda games, this would be a little passage that you'd cross over, right? This would be in Twilight Princess, you would walk down a forest corridor and you would walk into an open area where you had to fight a bunch of bokoblins to get a key to get through, or Ocarina of Time. But in Breath of the Wild, because you can go anywhere, why do you have to fight the enemies? Same problem. Weapon degradation forces you to go and fight the enemies because it takes things away from you that you need by having your weapons get destroyed. Now, they could have solved that with a bunch of other things like RPG mechanics. Maybe you get XP when you fight enemies. But I actually think that the solution they came up with was one that's probably the most appropriate for what they were making. It's more about the exploration, right? And the necessity, that survival in the woods is something that I think the weapon degradation and destruction forces you to be more inventive, and it's more about ingenuity rather than investing in points into stats, right? So where we are now with Insignia is we have a new kind of crossroads. And the mountains here are cinematic story and free roaming gameplay. These two things are at odds with each other right now in Insignia. And I will need to solve this before I do any budgeting for the game, because something's not working, and in order to fix it, to guarantee that the game is good, the game could be good without fixing this, but I really think that I have an opportunity here, right? We want the circles to overlap. We want these to overlap better. And the only way they're going to overlap better is if I can somehow make it easier to work on. And both of these, as they are right now, make the game hard to work on. And together, they make it really hard to work on. Which is why I procrastinate. Like this level right now, making this level is too hard. For the next 3 years or whatever, a year and a half, 2 years, whatever the rest of the dev cycle is for Insignia, this cannot be how hard it is to make levels. And I've done, I've put a lot of time into tool sets. I've put a lot of time into auto tiling systems for the tile maps. I've put a lot of time into things that can generally make dev faster for me. But this is a design problem that I don't like trying to solve. I don't like trying to solve this because what it does typically is it puts me in a position where I'm trying to tell a story that has dramatic interest. I'm trying to create something that visually and emotionally, musically, is very concentrated. The best way to do that would be to lock the player into scenes where every scene is one story beat. There's a game called Nevermore. It's actually one of the earliest inspirations for Insignia, or yes. Nevermore 3 is a Flash game that operates with a fixed camera. It's a platformer, it has story, it's linear for the most part, and it's a simple game, but it does something that's really cool. What it does is every level is a beautiful painting, right? Every level is a wonderful picture that's framed exactly to create the shot that the guy who made the game wanted you to see. So when you're walking through this forest, this tree has meaning because that's the tree that you jump on to do the thing. Every level element is custom. It makes the game very intentional, and it makes the storytelling very, like this scene here, right? This shot here. Insignia has a shot just like this, where you run past a stone bridge with water flowing underneath it into a lake. In Insignia, this shot has to compete with other things that you do in this level. And you never see the shot like this. I never get to frame it this way without very complex camera controls that sort of take the focus away from you and put it on the bridge for a bit and take them away. And even so, if this was like a free scrolling level with parallax layers and you just sort of ran past the bridge, that moment of you walk past the bridge, that moment gets a bit lost in the gameplay. But because the game is a free roaming game, that's just what it is, right? So this is the bridge in Insignia. And it's gorgeous. Like this screenshot is good, but running past it like this, there's this sense of mentally, the framing for the player is, I think, a lot of the time, the framing is one where the player is currently very concerned with where they're going, with how long it's going to take to get there, how far they have to go if they have to backtrack, what's coming down the pipeline. There's all of these navigational concerns that the player has around the size of a player. And there's tension, like in the levels being the size that they are. There's tension in this level being this big. Mechanically, I want it to be this big because it makes sense in the story. It makes sense in the geometry of the world. It makes sense in the map for the level to be this big. But tempo-wise, I don't know that I would want the player to have to run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know that I want them to do that. Right? So this moment here in Nevermore, to me, I think it feels stronger because it's just it's a frame. It's got more intent behind it. And this moment too, right? This is like a puzzle. The puzzle is presented to you, bam, just like that. And you're sort of just placed here in this moment. You don't have to sort of like worry about how do we get from the bridge to the puzzle. You just sort of, and then you're at the puzzle. And there's something very concentrated about that. There's the content is back to back. In Insignia, there is currently so much glue between content. It's the biggest problem that the game has, is that there is so much space whose job it is to get you from one place to another place. Like this, you could say there's the opening to this level. Let's just block this one out, right? In this level, there's the entrance to the scene. There's the watchtower. There's the forge, and there's some stuff in between. But the stuff in between is most of the level. And this is quite a dense level, but it still doesn't feel like it definitely doesn't feel like this. It doesn't feel like this is the level where you blah. Right? This is the level with the what? You know, it would almost be more interesting if if there was like a specific ruin or a specific level feature, or the whole level was the watchtower and the parts around the watchtower. Like, I want to do storytelling in my world building to keep the player interested in the story and the plot. I want that to be there. I want to show you a world that feels as rich as this. I mean, this is very simple art. It's not that hard to make this scene. But in Insignia, it's almost impossible for me to make that kind of scene because I'm currently so preoccupied with the level structure, the geometry of the level is sort of like, well, I've got to have a slope here and I've got to put enough space here for this enemy to stand there. And, you know, I can't have like this enemy can't be here because you're so close to the level. When you load in, you can't just have the enemy be there. You got to give him a little bit of space. So there ends up being this buffer. Everything has a buffer around it where there's just nothing. Like this space here, it's like, there's like a slope and then something. And then there's the thing. I couldn't put this here because you might accidentally hit it while you're fighting this guy. So like, and then we need a ledge down and we need a bit of space after that, obviously, because you can't just go from the ledge to the forge. So now we need a slope down and then the forge and then slope back up, obviously. It's sort of got this consistent padding. Everything's got some padding. And yes, that's true. That's true. There is less exploration in Nevermore. And that's what we're describing here. Yesterday, we talked about taking out the story, and we talked about to make it a roguelike, and we talked about taking out the action to make it you can make it a visual novel. Now we're talking about taking out the exploration wholesale. Not saying not proposing that, but we're hypothesizing what the game would feel like if you took out the exploration, right? If you took out the exploration, the story and the gameplay could be a lot more dense. So, again, it sort of comes back to this question of like, which of those three things is the most important thing to the game? To me, the most important thing to the game is the ensign system and the plot. Those are the things that I care about the most. Those are the things that drive the game. The exploration is a thing in the game, but it's not. It's currently something that I've never really solved. I haven't really ever got a part of the game where I go, oh, no. I need this to be here the way that it is because this is the part where you explore. I don't have any parts of the game that do that. Like, I don't have a Breath of the Wild moment where I just let you run and I've got all these things for you to interact with and you just got to like experience them and figure them out as you go and, you know, watch all of the emergent things fall in to place and a natural story take place. That's just not how the game is built. So the exploration, I think, as a pillar is the weakest one. Now, that's not to say that any of this needs to change. But what it does mean is that levels that are built around space currently are suffering because there is more value in those levels being concentrated around story or mechanics specifically. Like a specific mechanic, a specific puzzle piece, a specific piece of level design with some really concentrated art would be a better part of Insignia than a level that's just got some enemies in it and some boxes and whatever. So the specific is the stuff that I think the game thrives on And the general at the moment is just extra. It's just other stuff. And actually we did the edit that we suggested that I've been working on is a testament to this. The edit was to take out a bunch of extra pathing from one story beat to the next and let the player run straight from A to B and then get basically teleported to C. All right, Via, right, no worries. Console partners yet. What do you mean by those programs? I actually have access to the Nintendo dev kits. I'm a Nintendo, technically, up on hill as a Nintendo developer. That's a good point, Thetra. That's right. It's the what. It's the landmarks. That's right, Booyah. I think so too. Like, when you make big things, I think there's something about what I'm noticing is that when you have a plot, yeah, well, this is the thing. Okay, Thetra, check this out. Currently in Insignia, I have a solution for this in the model of Insignia has a solution for this. It's this. When you walk into the level, you get a cutscene, right? Where Armin says, that's the watchtower. That must be halfway towards where I'm going. And then we go all the way down to where we are. It says, shouldn't be too long. So I give you the landmark at the start of the level, right? And I show you where you're trying to go. I create a bit of narrative. So yes, that's important. But let's notice that forced us to create a cutscene to do that. So there's overhead in balancing play attention because of the way that the levels are sized. The more space you put between the things, the more work you have to do in the storytelling to coach the player along and make them feel like they're not getting lost or being strung out, right? This is what we're talking about. This is the exact question that we need to solve today, which is between cinematic story and free roaming gameplay. To make this work, it's almost like I need to build a bridge across them and find something here that's like some big budget video game production. Like the amount of energy that I have to expend as a developer to force these things together so that the player feels really well, like there's lots of momentum. Currently, it's really hard. It's really hard. And it's only really hard because of these things that are working in opposite directions. That's all it is. Sure, you can suggest whatever you like. Of course you can. So what I'm trying to say is like there are some design, let's call them hands, right? You got like a bunch of cards and you put together a build. There are some sets of mechanics where, you know, there are some sets of mechanics that go really well together and they harmonize. And there are some sets of mechanics that don't really go well together. And it might require you to be either really, really smart or spend a lot of time making them work. And I guess at a certain point, the question is like, if it's not making the game better, why choose the hard path? Like, why is it important to me that the game has these big sprawling levels if it's trying to tell a really tight story? If I can't justify why I'm trying to do that, then I'm just making it arbitrarily harder for myself. recently played KH2 for the first time, and I felt like the combat was secondary to the story, and there was very little exploration. I think I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is worse than Kingdom Hearts 1, personally. And I think Kingdom Hearts has kind of lost its way as a franchise. But it has, it's lost the way that I would have liked for it to go. It's become something very different from where it was in the first game. Tetra says, environmental storytelling helps sometimes in ways that are very subtle. My suggestion would be look into some kind of geographical biology. What do I mean? In the forest, there's a flower field because of the world, not the story. And the flowers are here. Yeah. Sure. That's... So my point is that I would love to do that stuff. I would love to do that. And right now, it's extremely hard for me to justify. It's very hard to make environmental storytelling happen in levels that look like this. That's fact. Straight up. Hard to do. Environmental storytelling here. Oh, there's a farmland and there's a water wheel and there's a bridge and who lives here and what's happening here. I'd love to go further with it, right? This is like a story, a moment, but it's a flat plane. Right? Same with the town. Same with a lot of areas of the game where I tried to do it a lot more in chapter 2, actually. There's a lot more moments where I'm sort of showing very specific things that are part of the world for reasons that aren't necessarily to do with the plot. They're just more about expressing a space. Even like this one here with the waterfall, like the bridge and the waterfall. It's like, who built this bridge and how long has it been here for? And what's it doing crossing this chasm? And there's all these interesting things. But it would be easier to what's the word? It would be easier to sort of tell that story of the space when the space is not so big. When the space is not serving gameplay purposes, it's easier to tell that story. So I'm in a position now where I think I have to pick a value a little bit more deliberately. In order to make certain production values really, really sing. And hopefully to reduce the energy put into other production values. I think that that's where Insignia currently needs to change in order to be the kind of game that I think deserves to be published by a big name publisher. That's what I think. And I don't think that requires chapter 1 to change drastically at all. I think the edits that I'm doing are good edits. I just need to codify what those edits are for next chapter. What is it that next chapter has to change to be more like what I did to fix chapter 1? How do I make chapter 2 easier to make than chapter 1? Not just as big or harder. That's where I'm at. So I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, we're going to talk about this a bit more. Zaipen says, hi, I'm a game dev student and was curious about your Unity plugins and add-ons, store assets you use to help improve your programming experience. I build almost all of my tools inside of Unity. There's so many of them. You're looking at one right now. This is like an inspector level logic system. So I actually can create little Boolean and if statements and connect some game logic together using the inspector. I have these things where I choose conditions and I can assign them against flags and I can have things react. There are things in the level that can react to those conditions being changed, like this bridge here. The logic for the bridge is built on a bunch of condition checking. And I've got like a state machine system that basically gets flipped one way or another depending on the conditions that are happening in the level. I've also got I use Hot Reload. Hot Reload's great. This is a purchased plugin. You should definitely get this. It just makes your project compile a lot faster. Scene Graph is one that I built. This is like a world map system for my game that lets me actually connect the levels together. And I can rearrange it however I like and visualize the game. And I can even navigate through the game this way. So if I want to just go to like this level, it just loads up the scene just like that. I obviously have a dialogue system, and I have this thing that I call the causality system. I can't share the code for them, no. Scene Graph will come out one day on the asset store. This causality editor is really cool. This lets me check the relationship between things in the game. So what triggers what, and I can say, oh, okay, this thing sets a flag, and then this thing checks a flag. I can go to other levels where it's a bit more obvious what it's doing. So here, you can see, oh, okay, there's a logic path when this cutscene triggers this dog to run into the tavern. Stuff like that. And I can specifically click on the object that checks. There it is there. See, it checks specific. If I go up, actually this here. This is checking a canine commotion. A canine commotion gets set when I cross this threshold here, which is set by a collider that's on this game object. So stuff like that's pretty cool. Automatic compiling. It's play mode options. Google Unity play mode options. I've also got timeline extensions out the wazoo. So like a bunch of custom clip tracks that help me manage dialogue mixed in with timeline stuff. I got a state tree editor for custom AI for enemies, like behaviors, not artificial intelligence, but enemy AI. Animation editor that I built for sprites that lets me put hitboxes and stuff on them. Lots of custom stuff over like 8 years. So yeah, it's Unity's good for that. I don't have store version equivalents of all of them though. So, like I said, I'm going to take a break, and I'll come back in a little bit and we'll keep talking. Hello. We're back. Hey, Mao Jojo. Mao Jojo. Mao Jojo. Mao Jojo. Mojo Jojo. Hey, on YouTube asks, how do you join the Discord? I gotta put that in the description. If you go to, you gotta go through my Twitch channel first. Let me see if I can actually just find it for you. Can somebody on the Twitch copy and paste the link to the Discord in chat so I can paste it into YouTube so that person can find our Discord? Void Plane, if you're there. Oh, Zoranak, thank you so much. There you go. Okay. So now, I think the answers, there's a kind of another layer to this, actually. There's really 3 layers. We've talked about, on one side, we've said something like, on one side, we've talked about how we think that story heavy moments, places do best when the space around them is shrink wrapped to those moments. Smaller levels, more deliberate camera moves, more concentrated art. That's the first thing. On the flip side, there is puzzle elements or unfolding gameplay, or just gameplay in general, usually demands gameplay, specifically undirected gameplay, more space to give the player choice. Right. I actually have a feeling that there is kind of like a really concentrated problem that Insignia has that I can actually articulate with some of these levels. And this is like, it's core stuff. To explain this point, I think it might be good to show off something like Blasphemous. versus Celeste. These are the two sides of gameplay that Insignia sits in the middle of. Okay. So let's have a look at what gameplay looks like in Celeste. Okay. Specifically, let's go to like the first couple of levels. Okay. There's a thing you can do to dismiss the UI. It's not stats for nerds. Is it Control H? Nope. Anyway. So, in a game like Celeste, we have lots and lots of space for the player. Lots of options too. I mean, if I look at this, the level space, if we just copy this and go over here for a second. The level space there's a lot of it, right? There's a lot of like pathing stuff we could think about here. And it all fits on one screen. This is possible because the character is very small on the screen. So being able to like if you think about it, you can't get to here without doing like 3 things. You have to like jump, use the power, and then like, I guess go through here and then use the power to get across that way. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 significant gameplay moves you have to make in order to get this. And this is 4 gameplay moves on one half of the screen. So the density of this level design is very, very good. Now, obviously the game's also low resolution. So designing this level doesn't require a lot of art either, right? It's not significant. The art is kind of, it's not attracting our attention. Our attention doesn't need to be drawn by the art. It's pleasant, but it sort of falls away in favor of the gameplay because there's so much of the gameplay to think about. And the gameplay itself is also very concentrated because it just gets delivered to you one screen after another, right? You're not having to traverse between these moments. It's puzzle, 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 one after the other. So if we take this, we could say high gameplay density, low art requirement, comes from smaller character. Okay. We also can look and say there is this is like outcomes, and then there's features. The features are smaller character. What I was trying to say? Smaller character. Oh, the other features are no scrolling camera, at least in this level, or like less. No free camera in this level, at least. Smaller character, no free camera. Not really, it's linear in terms of like you are in this level and then there is a next level. Of course, later Celeste does change and there's other things that you can do in that game that feel a bit more non-linear and a bit more puzzly and the camera moves a lot more freely later. But for now, the way that it establishes itself, it's quite dense and condensed. Compare that to Blasphemous. How many significant gameplay beats are on screen at any one time? I mean, in some of these levels, it's like none. It's like one. All right, let's just pick this level right here. Not a great shot. Hang on. I'll know when to pause it. I'll take that. Okay. Blasphemous. Very different, right? Extremely different. Wait, I actually had it backwards. Wait, what? No. Flip horizontal. There we go. Very different. Okay. Larger character. Freer camera. Less linear. But this is extremely low gameplay density with a high art requirement. Because as you're running through these levels, you have to sort of look at the level, right? You sort of have, there's a lot where we're sort of just like, I fight this thing and then what? Right? There's sort of like a lot of space where you're not making decisions. Here, here, here. There's not really a lot of like thought that you have to put into getting from A to B. Even the moments here of gameplay, this is like the same amount of screen as the Celeste, that moment in Celeste, but you're not doing anything here platforming wise. You're sort of just jumping from a bunch of stairs to a gap, right? But of course the combat, you know, has value and there's something there, but the moments here are not dense. And it makes up for that with difficulty and with animation and art. In this in particular, think about, I might use this screenshot instead. Think about like this, what this would look like in Celeste. This little moment where there's a big jump and then a little jump and spikes below. That would be about this much screen space in Celeste. The relative size of those problems, if we want to call them problems, in Celeste, that would be about this big. In Blasphemous, it's like this big relative to the whole. Look at the size difference to show off the same little puzzle. I mean, it might even be less in Celeste. It might even be more like that. It's almost like twice the amount of screen real estate that you need to dedicate to even just a small puzzle like this. And in particular, the other thing is that how many layers vertically of gameplay are there on screen at once? Literally 1. 2 if you count the spikes, right? It's where I am, the thing below me, maybe the thing above me, if there's a ladder or something. In Celeste, you've kind of got as many as you want, right? It's sort of like, you've got, I can see on screen at least 1, 2, 3, and then like 4 even going up there. Like you can really see a number of layers of gameplay. It's not a great screenshot to demonstrate those layers, but you can see them. They could easily have had 3 rows and 4 columns of stuff in this block layout, where in every row and column there's a different thing, right? If I take this, 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 and I do that, and then that, and then shrink it all. You could pretty much guarantee there's a different level feature in each of those blocks in Celeste, or at least you could put one there and it would fit right in, right? You wouldn't have to think about, oh no, you can't put this here because of something over here that overlaps with it, because none of the things take up that much space each. Whereas here, it's like, well, you can't really do, like the graphics actually even get in the way. Like, do you really want to block these windows with a platform that's here, or how do you control that? Whereas Insignia, you know, in a similar sort of moment, it's closer to Blasphemous right now. And I do make use of varied camera. Is that really just not important? Damn it. That's crazy. Let me go to like another area. Say this level here. Sometimes I go to the Celeste ratio like this. Even then, it's not that dense, but sometimes I go full Celeste. That's the maximum zoom out that I'm prepared to go ever. Right? Closer. But most of the time, well, it's more similar, but most of the time I'm in this sort of this range, which is much closer to Blasphemous. You can see the compromises that I'm trying to make so that I don't have to compromise on the features of the game. Right? Having a camera that can scale like that is a workaround. And I don't know that it's a good workaround. It's not something that I would like to rely on because it creates other, you know, you start splitting hairs a lot. You start getting into positions where you really have to be careful about, well, the amount of like cognitive load to design a small space goes up the more things that can be in the levels. And it's harder for the player to get a strong sense of what the game is like if there's things that are changing all the time, like the camera zoom or how you control the, you know, the amount of on-screen elements and whatever. So yeah, like in my mind, these are pretty comparable and these are closer. But I would also say that Insignia kind of suffers from not really getting the bang for its buck out of the player controller. So like here, like this moment here, I can see like the next couple of moves, but I can't see like the next 4. We're not really in Celeste territory. And some of that is just camera stuff. Like I'm just not doing a great job of directing the camera right now in this particular shot. So that was like 3, I guess. It's like, okay, there's like jump, dash, climb. But doing that right would require me going in here, finding the right edge of the character thing, grabbing this, going here, and doing this, I think would be a much better approach. At least, if not adding a zone camera. So then we get something like this. That's a little bit better. Whoop. But that little problem, this moment here, this would be more fun if the camera was locked in the whole time. So if we bring this back and I put a zone camera in this space, there you go, just like that. And it's literally right there the whole time. And we make this 0, 0. And then we make the focus like 10. Okay. So that when I drop down here, but it's gonna, hang on, I need to ignore ground condition. Again, more settings, more things I need to manage to make things work. So this is kind of nicer. In fact, maybe I might bring that camera up a little bit, like that. Right, let's say we were doing that. Now we're in Celeste territory. But wouldn't it be nice if like this was one chunk and then the next thing was a separate chunk and you felt like you were rewarded for completing a chunk with some progress? That's when you start getting into real Celeste territory, where you make it more like Mega Man, right? You go, okay, this is this screen, and this is this gameplay moment. And then after you beat that gameplay moment, you're going to go into this gameplay moment. And the moments feel like little puzzles. Insignia doesn't really have that right now. You know, like I'd have to like fade the screen out here and do some sort of wipe and then show you the next piece. Because for me, something about this, I mean, it's different, isn't it? It's different to not have it chunked. It's the difference between like reading an essay that's like multiple pages long versus reading a book or like a blog post, you know? Like an essay in a blog post that just is like one giant wall of text is very different from like a book with chapters. One of them is designed to pace itself to your attention span. The other one's just like this long kind of ongoing passage of words. So framing devices are really important. I think just for people's attention spans, like just to keep people engaged, knowing when to chunk is really important. And I mean, finally, there is the question of like literally the art side of that framing. So like when you're running around, you know, the camera, if the camera is looking at specific things, then you know what art can go in those spaces. You know, if you know where the player can be and where they can't, then it's very easy to sort of, what's the word? Create a screenshot. Now, I think Hollow Knight is kind of like the thing that breaks my analysis here, because it's got a free camera. It's got like a medium-sized character on screen. Let's just watch it for a bit. I mean, it's straight up Metroidvania. I mean, there's a lot of particles. There's a lot of lighting. There's not a lot happening gameplay action-wise, but you move quite quickly through the world. I think that's a big thing. The movement speed's very high relative to something like Insignia. And it's quite easy to get around the levels because the platforming is just, it's really bare bones. There's no like mantling. I have some Matty Man, but it's quite expensive to do in pixel art. That's the other thing. Like being a game that's not a pixel art game, Hollow Knight lets you do a lot of layering of effects, lighting effects and little animated things. Stacking sprites like this, it kind of like, and it's a very moody game as well. Like a lot of the tile sets are very, I think the density of it is a big favor, and also the amount of black that it uses. It uses negative space quite effectively to force you. And basically, like all of this stuff here, these assets, you never have to worry about how they tessellate because they're all just black. It's not like, oh, but this thing doesn't layer very well with this geometry, because it's like, it's all black. It's all just a black shape. So the art, I mean, Insignia used to have art like that, actually, a long time ago. Really dense grass with black internal space. It's doable. It's doable. I could do it, especially like animating stuff like this, like these vines. If you just make them black, yeah. Yeah, that's something that we could do. But what we're doing here is a lot of, I guess the word would be, using art direction to cut corners. It's like a happy overlap. Two birds with one stone. This is like my little cutscene that I had at the start of the level to show the tower. It's like I'm using something that I'm committing to overcome a challenge. How intentional is the level design in Hollow Knight? Really good question. Let's watch it. Hollow Knight is unfortunately a lot less dense of a game than Insignia, mechanics-wise. There's just like, the contract of a fight is very straightforward. It's just like, don't touch enemies and don't let them touch you. Like, don't physically touch them, only hit them with the nail. That's the whole game, right? It's not like, there's no parry system or like, I mean, there's something slightly like a parry, but like, there's no like fighting game mechanics in it. It's closer to like a classic Castlevania game where your hitbox is just like a big square that shows up in front of your face. So like the enemies being diverse and interesting is what makes the combat have variety, or the gameplay have variety. It's just that the enemies do different things. And I think that as a tight kind of core platformer, I mean, I wouldn't say the level design has much direction to it. Like if I'm looking at this space, yeah, let's just look at the last like 15, 20, 30 seconds, right? What have we got here? We've got collisions for geometry here. It's this upside down T shape. I'm not seeing any like place. It's all just spaces. There's a little bit of opening up here. Insignia does this. It's. I mean, the mushrooms are interesting as a motif in this space, but the level design's not trying to be. This is the thing in this game. The geometry isn't trying to be architecture. It's not trying to be a specific geological feature. It's just like black colliders that have mushrooms on them at the moment. And that works for it because we're at this like insect level. So like it just needs to be like, you know, it's just in our minds, we're just thinking, oh, it's dirt or something. We don't have to really ask the question, who built this shed and why does we're not asking about the story of this. What is the story behind this thing in this nook and cranny? Because it's just nooks everywhere, right? The whole game is just nooks. So instead, I mean, I would say that I don't think that this level is very memorable, right? It's not, I don't remember this level. I played the game. I don't remember this. Most of the space outside of like, in my mind, Green Path, City of Tears, and then like the worms. I remember those things. I don't really remember much of the level design anywhere else in the game. And personally, I don't actually like Hollow Knight that much, if I'm being honest. I don't like the way the game made me feel. I don't like how long the run back is to bosses. I don't like the action mechanics. I just don't like this take on Metroidvania, personally. Not to say that it's not effective or fun, it's just not my cup of tea. And the story is almost non-existent, really, right? It's not like a deep story. So instead, it's more, I mean, this game has a lot more of that long-term progression. It's exploration heavy. It's more about poking the edges of the world and just sort of finding. I mean, look, the people who like this game, what do you like about it? Because for me, like, yeah, I didn't get that experience that I would have wanted out of it. Like, I never felt like I had momentum in this game, ever. I always felt like I was struggling against it. It's really popular. People really like it. And maybe that's because people like that feeling of it being inhospitable. That's a big part of it too. Like Metroidvanias usually take place in a hostile world. That's very common. That like just surviving and getting from A to B is like has a lot of draw to it. The music, the vibe, I think, is a big part of it. No. I love Dark Souls. Hostile settings are great. What I'm really trying to say is that, like, for me, this game doesn't have the. For me, honestly, I don't think the level design is good enough to draw me in the way that Dark Souls did. Dark Souls is this plus a world that's really interesting to explore in terms of like navigationally, and it has way more world building in it that has a lot of like it feels very practical, that world. It's like very, you can feel it, you can feel the spaces very tangibly, like, oh, this stairwell leads down to this elevator and that elevator takes you to like it's full of landmarks, whereas this is kind of like, I don't know, it's just like a bunch of like level spaces. And it's beautiful, and it does feel like the world has a identity. I think Hollow Knight has a great identity. Stylistically, I think it's beautiful. And maybe that's enough to carry the game for a lot of people. Like, it's a tough game that is a fun vibe. But for me, I guess in this conversation about Insignia and like how that would relate to Insignia, I'm doing a few things that are different in a way that makes them not compatible with this. I can't really rely on. I mean, I'd like Insignia to be vibe driven. I would love that. It's just that when you have a story that's very plot centric, lots of dialogue, you pull the player out of that vibe. And I do that quite intentionally. Like I don't really. Not intentionally. I guess I recognize that it's a mandatory thing, right? If I want you to care about this character in this moment, then I have to change the music and the space and whatever to frame a moment for you. I can't just let you vibe through the whole thing, feeling what you want to feel. I have to like construct a moment, and the tension between those constructed moments and the more open moments, like Hollow Knight is full of these open moments. That's something that Hollow Knight doesn't have to do the same way Insignia does. So for me, having the vague sort of level design features where they're just sort of like black geometry is, it's harder to construct the story moments if that's what the levels look like. For me, because my characters aren't bugs in a subterranean network. My characters are people who live in houses that have specific lives and history. And if you're going to care about those characters, you have to have some more close insight into what their life is like. And so the responsibility for me to render that world is a lot higher, which then makes the level design harder to do because it has to look like something. So that's how I see it. Does that feel fair? I don't know. I mean, there might be something that I'm missing here. There's also something about the speed. Again, being an insect, like the game. Oh, well, that's the other thing, is that the fighting game elements, like in Insignia, let's just break this moment down here. In Insignia, this jump is super high. All the ensign system stuff if you could jump literally, what is that? A third of the screen height in one jump, like 5 heads tall. That's not compatible with how Insignia's combat works. And it takes away from it makes the game, it would leave me no room to design up, mechanically, not physically up, but like to design. It would leave me no space to design future stuff if you could jump that high. But this game, again, it's like this bumblebee feeling. You're this little tiny dot and you're shooting little hitboxes out, trying to avoid getting hit. It's almost like Galaga or Space Invaders, not Space Invaders, Galaga. You're sort of like dodging and weaving in and out of the range of an enemy that's spewing hitboxes at you while you're shooting your little hitbox out at it. That's not what Insignia is supposed to feel like mechanically, where Insignia is like, I'm bringing you right down. I might have to be, I was thinking about this yesterday, I might have to make Armin's jump height even more narrow, even shorter, even more stumpy. Like this is pretty short and you've got like the mantling to get up and around stuff. I think I might need to make it even more explicit what you can and can't jump around, because for me, this jump, that dash is supposed to be a big deal. But if you can basically cover that same ground, I mean, it's the point is I would make a jump that would force you to use it, like I showed you down here. It has to be clear that you do that and then that to make it across that gap. For that to be obviously the only way to do that is it's hard to do that in Insignia's world. I'm not saying I do a bad job, but I think the job is very expensive. So in Insignia, you can jump 1 head tall. You can jump exactly 1 height of Armin above him. That's the height. So he's there, and then he jumps above himself. I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. I don't think it should be shorter than that, or much shorter. I might even remove the mantling, which is crazy. But I think I might remove or change how the mantling works. Right now, it's too powerful. If I want to keep things dense. But it also comes down to like how big is an arena? That's the question here. So like in this moment here, is this enough space tile-wise for this fight to work out the way that I want it to? Like right now, it's not bad. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles, maybe 6 from here to here. That's the minimum amount of space for an enemy encounter. At the normal resolution, this one, like this moment here, gotta re-import the tile sets. This moment here, ideally would be like here. Like it's too, right now it's like, there's just a lot of empty space between the moments. But I guess, I mean, I don't know, like Hollow Knight doesn't do that. Hollow Knight's got like 1 enemy per whatever the hell it wants. So maybe I'm just being too pedantic with it. Do you consider that players like to be overpowered? I mean, yeah, of course, but power is something that you have to accumulate throughout the gameplay. Otherwise, if you're overpowered at the start, it's not fun because you have nowhere to grow. Level spacing was never a problem. That's good to know. For me, this is less of a pacing problem specifically, and more of a resourcing problem, I suppose. Like, how much energy does it take to construct a level like this right now? And in the context of the story, like, does it feel good to have to get from here to here to here before you have the moment that you want? That's an interesting null pointer. I never really thought about it that way. That the foreignness of Hollow Knight makes it more... It keeps your anticipation up. There's also the question of like... it's difficult. Like, you have to be careful moving through the world in Hollow Knight. Otherwise you just die. The threat of death is like, it can be a big motivator in a game. Like in Dark Souls, you move very slowly because you're like, oh my God, every corner has some sort of jump scare or something. Whereas Insignia, at least in this chapter, it's quite light. Maybe it could stand to be more difficult that way. Like if I had a big hulking enemy here, if somehow magically art was free, somehow magically, would this be a problem? If somehow magically art was free, then I would cluster it more. Well, I don't know, chat. I don't think that these screenshots are bad. Like when I look at the density, I actually think it's getting quite dense. Like parts like, I don't know, just running around these levels. This feels like pretty good for me. Maybe you could do it with a little bit of more internal tile set art. Something that's like statues or carvings or things might help it out a little bit, but it's not bad. Really have to import all the tile sets, don't I? Thank you. Oh, Unity crashed. Okay. Wait, it's re-importing everything? Whatever. Hey, Zoro Arts. Hey Elzak, I really appreciate your validation there, because I think so. I think so. I'm pretty much with you. And again, what everyone's saying right now, like the positive feedback on the level design is not an affirmation that I should just keep going, because I know that this conversation started as a production question, right? What I'm saying is, for me to make these levels look and feel good, it's quite hard for me to know how much time and energy I need to put into them. And the level design combined with the story, the two separate pillars, are actually together very taxing for me. It's very hard to validate a whole chapter, especially where story and exploration kind of overlap a little bit. Like this moment right now with chapter 1, where I'm like, okay, I got to redesign the crucible, and I've got to think about how I tutorialize the new abilities, and I got to, like, all of this stuff. It's like involves me spending days unplugging things and replugging them in, and it's very complex. Trying to make this space bigger and this space smaller, and I'll move this thing in this timeline to do that because I have to reshape the space to make sense. And part of this, I mean, the ensign system is the gamble for this game as a USP. And the gamble is you can make a game that feels kind of like Celeste sometimes through a combat system that is closer to Blasphemous. That's the promise of Insignia. Like, you get to do cool platforming things when you perform well in combat, and puzzles appear when different enemies are placed into a level. To do that well, to create that moment, I actually have very few. Oh man, this is where it all comes together, right? Let's talk about this for a second. It's really super critical. All right, check this out. This is where it's like, as a game designer, this is where like the obvious meets non-obvious. When I try to pitch this game, what is the screenshot that I use to demonstrate the cool aspects of the game? What's the visual elevator pitch? Okay? If the game is designed well, so many screenshots should be visual elevator pitches. There should be so many screenshots that I can just take and it's like, that demonstrates exactly what the game is. Hey, Neat Games. Actually, we do have one. We just moved to a secondary channel. There you go. Okay. Right now, for me, it's 2 screenshots and both of them are manufactured. Right? I had to like split this into 3 slices because there's a bit of time. I have to show you the transformation of something. And then I have to like, again, do it where I'm sort of showing you, a little bit of, I'm sort of trying to visualize lots of information to sell the concept to you. Like 1, 2, there's like 6 beats here in 2 screenshots. I'm very proud of this GIF here. I think this is a really good GIF. It sort of tells that story in one little moment. But the next beat of like this is, it would be so much better if this took place without the camera moving. Right? That little moment is about as good mechanically, it's about as good as this. Like, we literally just took a screenshot of Celeste and we did the level design in our brains. That's the thing that makes Celeste good, right? I looked at this and I could tell you what you have to do to beat this. And it's like, again, it's like 4 beats of gameplay in order to get through this. But the camera doesn't have to even be playing. There's no GIF. We can already simulate the game in 4 beats. What that does is it helps balance things like anticipation. It creates, hype is about anticipation. And when you market a game, you're basically selling a promise that the game has moments that are cool like this, that involve stimulating and original experiences. And if you can imagine, oh, I do that and this and that, it's like it helps the rest of the game be so much more digestible and so much more interesting, because you can see the building blocks and you can see how you put them together. How was it in your prototype back when you tried combining combat and platforming? How was it in my prototype? I don't know what you mean by that. It's sort of evolved over time. It wasn't really a... You mean like right at the beginning? Like 2017, 2018? The flying spiky things. Flying spiky things. You mean like the first thing I ever did? The first, maybe we're talking about different things. Yeah, that was health bars. I used health bars as walls. We're talking about that? Yeah. With spiders. This thing. So, yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I think that what I've got now is much more mechanically. How do I feel about this in the context? This, and there's one other one. There's this, and there's one other shot that I don't know if it's a GIF, but it was a gameplay moment where I had this thing. I had a flat plane. I had this. 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 I had a hedgehog here. And I had the player here. And the idea was, we're much smaller. The idea was this. Whoop. You knock, you swing, you knock the head. Oh no, the hedgehog. Ah, that's what it was. It was because you couldn't do directional attacks. The hedgehog rushes you. You parry the hedgehog. Hedgehog bounces up into the air with the parry. You jump after it. You attack midair, and then that gives you the extension to grab onto this ledge. That was the other moment. It was those two things. The wall jumping with the extensions was cool, and this thing was really cool. Parry to create a little midair platform for yourself to then jump up. At the time, I didn't really pursue these because I wasn't a good enough engineer to build the architecture for the state machine systems for the enemies, or I couldn't do things like suspend an enemy in the air for a little bit. I couldn't like play around with the physics system very well without it getting all janky and weird. So these were aspirations. Well, the elements on screen here are very pure, right? It's like wall, dot, 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 completely plain background. Visually, it's very uncomplicated. So I would say that's probably a big factor. But I wouldn't sell the game on this, I guess. But it's important. I mean, structure is important. Composition is important in a screenshot. So for me, I guess coming back to this, when I think about those two moments and what aspirationally I was trying to get at is I was tempted by this because it feels novel. It's cool. I like it. I want to make a game that uses this, okay? But this is not a vertical slice of the game. This is isolated and doesn't imply any kind of like level, right? There's like, how did you get into this spot? What happens when you're out of the spot? How do you climb over this afterwards? Do you have to go left forever? Like, what does this look like in the context of an actual level? And that fitting this kind of interesting game thing, this combat thing, into a sort of free form Metroidvania sort of style game, that's the part that's harder. I've done it. I mean, we did tests months ago where I literally just made modules. I think this is kind of like one of the best ones, where I would just make a room that is one thing. I love this one. So like you walk into a level. This obviously isn't right, but you fight this thing, you go up this. Oh, he's broken too. So he would charge you. And then now you would have two abilities and you would do the jump, across, up, across. Oh no, I don't have the jump anymore. Okay, I gotta extend, jump, across, jump. So this little beat as a unit of game design, to me, this is the same thing as that health bar thing with the spiders. It's like, da, 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 da. Cool. Nice. And it's one little room and it's one little thing. I could probably, with the current set of camera systems, I could probably fit all of that in one screen as well. No problem. And right now, in the game design, this exists in the game in a level that's currently not in the game. Here, right, which is what I showed you on this. That little moment of jump across, attack, or up the wall, dive across. That is that. But that's a moment in a much larger level, and the level is not about that moment, right? The level is about, the rest of all. There's so much else that you do in this level before you get to this little beat, that the beat isn't the focus. It's just like the last thing that you do. So like if my game was a level-based platformer, like literally you go into like a menu and you go Insignia, and it's like set 1, and then you see like a grid of nodes, and you can do this, and you can do this to paginate between them, and you hover over the grids, and when you click into this grid, you get literally taken to one of these things, right? One puzzle. Bang! And then you do that and you leave, and then it takes you to the next one. If that's what Insignia was, I think it would be pretty easy to build that out into a game where it's you don't have to worry about how anything connects to anything else. You just showcase a bunch of cool puzzle ideas over a set of levels. But obviously that wouldn't have the story. It wouldn't be the same game at all. But if we were just trying to solve, what is the most easy way of delivering the puzzle design, it would be a level-based puzzle platformer like this. This might be like, you might do like summer and then autumn. You might do different tile sets, something like that. That would be something that we could have done. But I'm not making that. Like, obviously I'm much more ambitious and I'm trying to do a lot of different things. So now the question is like, how do I feel about combining the story and the gameplay. You know, there's a version of Insignia I think that could have existed where it's something like this, right? You've got your town, and your town is free exploration, running around, talking to characters, going inside of buildings, blah, blah, blah. Exactly like it is right now. And then you have like a threshold that you cross. And then you have something that's kind of like a bunch of very specific level moments chained together. Very specific rooms of gameplay. Small, bite-sized. And then in the middle, there might be one big sprawling one. Maybe with free camera controls. Just for that one. With maybe like 2 or 3 different exits. And each of these are a chain of smaller units like that. And then at a certain point, you cross some threshold, and then you're in either like another town or a dungeon or something like that. And it goes more, the story picks back up again. But between, it's sort of just small chunked freeform level design that's just showing you cool stuff you can do in the game. This kind of reminds me of what is the game? I just had it in my mind. Oh, Momodora is a bit like that. We were playing Momodora the other day. A couple of months ago, where it's like very Metroidvania, and it sort of just drops you into this little place, you know, and you sort of have these little tiny rooms. Camera doesn't move much, a little bit of gameplay, move on. Very bite-sized. And there'll be a boss fight at some point, but it's not trying to do so much with the camera, you know, for the most part. Like there'll be a corridor. This level is just a corridor, you know, go in here. And now you're in this little thing, and that's it. The corridor is a little thing. There's like 2 enemies in it. This is much closer to Nevermore. Single screenshot, single camera, no movement at all. But very beautiful, right? It's sort of, the atmosphere is very strong because every frame is a painting that's been set up. Momodora is closer to this. And the point there is that that means that you don't have levels like this. I think something that's interesting about this is that we've been talking about non-linearity quite a lot when in Metroidvanias. We've been talking about the difference between like a game where you go from A to B to C versus a game that's got backtracking. And I always think about Metroidvania as like this sprawling network of choices that you make. But if you look at the Castlevania map, the levels themselves are not that large. in terms of options, pathing options. They're mostly corridors. That is an interesting thought. Like, yes, there are crossroads, but in any one level, there's not that much that you do. Like, this junction is the only choice that you have, and it's just at the bottom of this level, and then the rest of it's pretty linear. That's quite like Insignia's chasm, actually. But it's not really any levels like that one I just showed you in Insignia. Even these very organic levels are really just wobbly corridors. This is kind of more like that Insignia level. But again, this is just it's just 2 floors. So maybe like, or this would be like the closest thing, I guess. Where you've got a lot of, I mean, even this is quite linear from memory. You're just climbing up a bunch of stuff. This maybe is closer to Insignia. So maybe the answer is like, we do everything we can to not have these kinds of levels. I mean, the thing is, ultimately, even in Insignia, this level is not really what it looks like. Like, this level really is that's the level. It's not that complicated. But it could be broken out for sure. Like, this could have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, easily. We could have easily done that. True. And to come full circle, it's expensive to make levels like this. This one has actually not been that much of a headache. I mean, it has been a headache, but like not these parts. Like these are quite segmented. I think that there's just a level of fatigue that happens when you get, like, this is a gameplay moment, and then this is a gameplay moment, and then this is a gameplay moment, and this is a gameplay moment, and this is a gameplay, well, not really a moment here, it's nothing. And so you never really get the permission to feel like you beat anything. Whereas like in Castlevania, it's like, you know, you go up a set of stairs and then like you're done. It's like this is like a new room altogether. And then you go in here and you do like cross a corridor and then you're in a new room. And then you're like, it's just a bit more, it's about the chunking of the levels to make you feel confident when you do something. Okay, we beat the sword in the room and now we leave and now we're in this room. And now we're in this room. There is value to that. I don't think we're doing a terrible job. I mean, this is pretty bad for that. It's also Insignia is very organic these days with its tile sets. And if I'm being honest, actually, I think this is where it gets a little bit, my heart sinks a little bit. Because, do you know what Insignia doesn't have? Insignia doesn't have mid background art assets. Insignia has vistas, which are great, right? It's lovely. Big sprawling backgrounds. And then it has these very, very near backgrounds. But the structure of this level, the repetition of these rocks, never really feels like you're in a space that has particular design. It's like a lot of dirt and rocks. So like there's no actually I would say like maybe the Athenium is getting there, sort of, but even then not really. Something like this. This is quite an empty level at the moment. But the reason why it doesn't have them is mostly because of how organic the shapes are of the levels. So like, if I was to put like some architectural elements here, columns and whatever, you would want it to be more flat. Like if we look at Blasphemous, it's much more rectangular in general. I mean, Celeste, organic. Hollow Knight, organic. But Blasphemous, pretty structured. Like this is the floor of a building, you know, it's one of the floors. It's very, and part of that's because the combat can't really take place on ledges. It's a very simple combat system in this game. But it means that you can design this sort of like cave background that's like this mid-ground background that's sort of, it doesn't need to worry about like the complexities of the level geometry are not a big deal or not as much of a deal. Like this is kind of the hardest, most complex tiles that they have. And even then, it's really more like assets. These aren't really tiles here. Insignia doesn't have a lot of assets like that. It's got a lot of tiles. And the tile sets are designed to be arbitrary. Like Insignia, with Insignia, what I do is I design one sec. I'll go into, what the heck? I'll go into the thing and I'll say, I'm going to design, oh, get away. I'm going to design what it looks like when you have this. And then I'll do this. And I'll say, okay, now you have these tiles. Up, down, left, right, top, bottom, whatever. And I'll design that. But Blasphemous isn't doing that. Blasphemous is saying, we've got a bunch of level geometry, and then we do a bunch of art over the top of it. And some of it's tiled, like this is tile sets, but it's really just the ground. It's not like the ground and also the ceiling and also the walls. There's no like walls version of these rocks. The cobble, whatever you would call them, the dirt. It's just dirt. And what that does is it makes the assets feel more unique. Like this here. It's very expensive to do this, by the way. I think this was made in Argentina or something. A lot of artists on this game. Like 20 people made this game, 30 people. It's a big development. Spain? I knew they spoke Spanish. But I think we're seeing all these things that work. Hey, Gorbicus, welcome. Good to have you back. We're seeing all of these things, and I think Insignia can do some combination, but not the combination that it has right now. That's how I think about it. Like, I need to decide for the future which direction I want to go in. I can go more darker and use the absence of light to obscure the lack of detail in the foreground. Then I can be more geometric. Like, see here, this green stuff and this green stuff, it's all just like a tile set. They're just like, or like grass assets that just like being plastered everywhere. The ceilings, the walls, the ground, they're all sort of just geometry. And the black helps hide a lot of that and creates structure. Works for this game because we're talking about like an ant farm, basically, right? A little underground subterranean colony. With Insignia, it's like lots of detail and arbitrary geometry equals not a great sense of location, right? Again, Celeste, so small, so abstract that it's not a big deal, right? These buildings are just, it's just a bunch of level stuff, and we're okay with that. But we want something to feel like it's got more world, like Blasphemous, in that I've got a lot of storytelling that I want to do in the world, plot and world building. And right now, although this is very pleasant looking, it's expensive to do it this way and not very effective. I'm looking to bring on an environment artist. They need to know they need to have a clear strategy. Well, I need to have a clear strategy for when I bring them on, if I do. Do you know, I was thinking about something. The earliest mock-ups of Insignia, it's going to sound crazy. The earliest mock-ups of Insignia, to me, actually have a sense of place in them that I really like, that I miss about the game. This shot was made before the game existed. And there's something about it that I really like because there's something very intentional about how I placed everything because it's a screenshot. I mean, because it's a mock-up. And it's not to say that like this even is good level design or anything like that, but it's nicely framed, isn't it? There's something that the lack of detail creates the space for imagination that I think is similar to how Nevermore does it. And I was doing it because I wasn't very good as an artist at the time. I just didn't know how to do details. And then I created in details and I got obsessed with detail. And I definitely over-detailed it as well. 2018, if I look back here. Okay, 2017, sure. No, not 2017. Let's go 2019. There's too much noise here. I am doing that Hollow Knight thing. You know, there's something that I'm doing here that's kind of working. Kind of. But there's a lot of noise here. Like, where even is the level? Like, where are the colliders in this space? It's kind of hard to digest in a way. All of this, like, it's not bad. It's just like, I was sort of stumbling into, I don't really use Figma for mockups, no. I was sort of stumbling into valuable things along the way, but I didn't know how to use them, how to contour them, or when to use them one way or another. I didn't really have a great grasp of that. I was sort of just doing my best. And sometimes I'd get lucky and find something that worked. And oftentimes I would not. I think I need to learn how to use less. Really, really badly, actually. I think that's one of the biggest issues we have right now. That's probably the biggest thing we can change. How to say more with less in a space is something that I haven't really done much of. In the midground and the background, like in general, I think the real issue for me right now is scenes like this are so compelling. Seeing the background fill out like this, I mean, this is, to me, this is like something that I would never change. It's gorgeous. It's aspirational. It feels, I'm so here because I can see there's almost no atmospheric fog. It's like I can see everything all the way up to the city, you know, and that's good for this part of for this moment in the game. It's good. But for the moments where we're doing like action, puzzle, platformy stuff, especially like underground kind of moments, we need to be able to convey like more structure. Like this isn't bad here, back here. I'm kind of borrowing from a different part of the game, just here. But like, if I literally just condensed this into its own level, if I just ended the level right here and put another level here, this could be much more moody and dense just for this little part here. It's just that in these in-between sections, there's no mood. Like, what's the mood in the middle? Especially, I mean, here it's okay, but it's the denser parts. It's the parts where I'm trying to do like puzzles and level design and like more dense level designs. They're shaders. They're not 3D. So I think like there's a few things going on, right? There's the, let's break it down. In screenshots even. Let's do it. This says, as a screenshot, this says, I've got all these screenshots somewhere. Aspirational, open, kind of like emotional, but not game play almost. It's almost not gameplay. This shot, this scene is almost not gameplay because it's just you just sort of walk through it. There's a tutorial. There's some people you can talk to, and you leave. You don't really fight or do anything. Certainly no combat or platforming in a space like this. Okay. Then we have levels like this, where Armin's getting destroyed right now. Where it's kind of a bit, it's kind of like non-specific, undirected, but dense. And I think this is a problem. You're almost being asked to make a bunch of choices, but you're not given any reason. You're not really given any kind of context to frame the space. You're just sort of in a space and there's lots of things in the space. Like, this could be a corridor. It could be a column. But it's none of those things. And because it's just a lot of geometry, it sort of doesn't, and there's no background that's guiding you. I don't use light. We're sort of underground, running around some dirt hills. Yeah. So my question is, what am I trying to achieve with this level? This is the real question, I think. Like, what purpose? If we're trying to make creative decisions here, we have to be talking about purpose. And we have to, because we're talking about pillars, right, of gameplay. We're talking about the unique selling point of the game, what's valuable, what do we cut, what do we make easier? So the question is, what purpose is this supposed to serve this level? Okay, I can give you the story of how this came to be, this level. So this level is it's really a thoroughfare for a few moments in the game. It's really designed to be a place. It's a junction. Plus a few little level bits that you can only solve if you come back. So so right now, like the first time you play this level, you come at it from this way and then you exit here. And then later on, you'll be able to climb the walls. And so the second time you come through here, you'll be able to come up here and play around in this space here. Maybe try to get the key for the chest, which is inside of this level. And the third time, if you come back here with the charge ability, you'll be able to, well, any of the abilities, you'll be able to take the abilities from these enemies and get to the feather and then finish the puzzle there. Now, I think the problem is that the environment design doesn't inform any kind of anticipation. Anticipation is a big problem Insignia has right now, in general. In that there's a lot of stuff here that's really valuable that I've just justified, but the player does not experience that justification. Right? You can't see the stuff I just said in the screenshot. If this was instead like, imagine if this was just hypothetical, right? No, this is not like I'm not suggesting we do this for the game, but imagine if this was a building. Okay. Like a church. And we had some pews and some columns and there was some windows or whatever. Maybe it's, yeah, whatever. There's some light coming through here. And then this is like the pulpit. And there's like a tabernacle back here or whatever. There's like a church here. And then up here are the rafters. If this was more like somewhere that it was clear that you weren't really supposed to get up into. There's like flying buttresses and stuff coming up here. And the camera was like this. And then and then these walls were like more clearly like, I mean, they kind of got a little bit of something on them right now, but if you could really tell that like, oh, I can't go up here until later, but you could see the chest. Now I feel like there's a story that's a bit clearer about like what this level wants you to do. It's like, oh, right, I can come around through here and then, oh, later, maybe I'll be able to go up there, huh? That's cool. That's it. That's about as much game design as I would put in this. But when I show it to you like this, now this is just like a thing inside of something bigger. And I almost would need to take this away. Especially if these became rafters now, you know, or tiles, you know, or whatever. If I reframed it all, it has a different story to it. You know, I don't know how I would draw them, but... So I think like the amount of ideas that are in a level might need to be smaller, fewer. And the way that the graphics support those ideas needs to be stronger. I think the game, oh man, I think I've just hit it. I think this episode, this video, this stream is going to be a really important one to look back on in a few years when I'm doing the GDC talk, because I think what I'm learning is when you know what makes your game valuable, then you know which parts can get thrown away. It's like the air that we squeeze out until there's nothing left to take away. And for me, I think I just made a really good case for what a strong level design looks like. And we did some world building, we did some storytelling, we did some hinting at level components that use the systems that we've designed. We didn't change any systems. We just focused the level into something that showcases what makes the game special. So if this level currently doesn't do that, well, then yeah, it's going to feel a bit lost because it's not oriented in service of any of those core values that we've been talking about, those pillars. So I think that the right method to continue with the game right now would be to return to this concept back here where I was doing gameplay nuggets. It's a good idea. Keep doing that, right? Gameplay nuggets. And take these little geometries and don't just use a generic tile set to make them sort of just like right now, I'm making tile sets that can support any shape. But I think the answer would be make the shapes more distinct, make the level backgrounds or whatever more unique. And if we want to keep the budget low and we want the vibes to be strong, we have to be confident in being a little bit more visually abstract, confidently abstract, in the same way that Hollow Knight is. You know, you have to be more okay with like a little bit more of that ambiguity, a bit more of that, like, or Nevermore would be the other example. I keep doing that. I've got multiple Chrome tabs open. This, right, where it's the shapes still mean something, but they're flat. They're flatter shapes. So that you can have a tree that just shows up once in one level, but it's just a shadow of a tree. You know, another example of this would be that game that I made, Though I Walk. Though I Walk. Where is it? This game that I made in Godot in 2023. where I'm doing a lot more just very simple silhouettes. I think I'm good at that anyway. I've been doing that before. It's not that this is right up my alley. Obviously, because I did it. But like this kind of thing here, where you're sort of like suggesting things with silhouettes. Maybe a little bit of depth, 1 or 2 layers. And it's actually, this would be a continuation of kind of how my art style has evolved anyway, over the years, where I sort of have gone for more open shapes. This isn't a great example of a level because I didn't finish it, but this one here, this kind of like, we're seeing something, that's off in the oh, I screwed that up. We're seeing something that's off in the distance, and this on its own feels more spacious than anything in Insignia. This is kind of like taking me, it's like I'm like, wow, that's so, like there's that shafts of light in chasms far off. Yeah. Super easy to do as well. Took like no time to do that. Even here you can see they're doing it in Blasphemous. It's sort of just like, use the depth, use the scale, but do it in a way that's less detailed so that there's just less to criticize. Doing it here in Hollow Knight, same thing. I am doing it a little bit. You're seeing it here. You're seeing me do a bit of that. It's like these don't have the leaves in them. And in 2018, they all had leaves in them. Every single branch of every single bush had a separate leaf for every single thing. I'm doing much more silhouetting now, but they're not specific to the levels. That's the problem. They're sort of just useful for every level, and they're just shapes. Like trees is fine, but like what about something more? Give me something like an old oak tree that has a tire swing hanging from it. Not in my game, but that says something more interesting than tree. And that's what we're missing here. God damn. There you go. Okay. I also think if we were to make another criticism, one more, I have a question for you. So let me write that down. Jesus. Write that down. Gosh, actually, it's really important that I summarize all of this stuff. Okay. We'll get to that. So, let me see if I can just write this in a section that makes sense. Environment art refactor. Not really refactor, but retro. So did we answer the question though? Let's come back to this. How do you get the player to care more about fighting enemies? That's what I did in October 22. In here, it's how do you balance the paced, plot-driven storytelling with exploration? Story-heavy moments, places do best with the space around them, shrink wrap to those moments. Gameplay usually demands more space to give the player a sense of choice and freedom. Actually, so what we've decided now is sort of different from that. It's actually level design in general is better when it's shrink wrapped. And even in a Metroidvania, and we would have an easier time making the game if we tightened the experience around its core values: puzzle, combat, plot, story moments. That's it. I think this is the key thing we learned today. It's this. It's that the exploration doesn't have to happen in a level. It's more between the levels. Because we looked at like Momodora, we looked at Blasphemous, we looked at Hollow Knight. I mean, even Hollow Knight, as dense as it is, it's actually quite... This was pretty linear, I think. If we just go through this little section again. You can only go down here. Yeah, but I also think it's the lack of story. The lack of story really takes this into a different space. Like, there's just no reason for any of these platforms to need to say anything to you. And that's okay. It's just like, for me, it's like I have 3 different cutscenes in those 3 layers. This just has 3 layers of platforms and that's it. You just sort of move to the next thing. Yeah, I don't think it's a good comparison. I think it's hazardous to compare. Celeste is much closer and Blasphemous is closer. You have a lot of memories of that exact room? Really? I don't at all. There would be a reason. The thing is, there would be an explanation as to why Hollow Knight works for the people that it works for. I think we were talking about this before, something about like the vibe of the game in general, the overall art style, the music, the hostility of the world does something that you don't really, I don't know, like the thing is, I don't like Hollow Knight, so I can't tell you what works about it because it doesn't work for me. For me, I found most of the game pretty anxiety inducing in a way that even Dark Souls I didn't find. Like, I like this less than Dark Souls, even though it's doing something that's sort of similar on the surface, because to me, it's all nondescript. Like, I don't have any connection to any of the spaces. It's just a bunch of corridors for me. And the fact that it can be so brutal sometimes with the gameplay, like that. Like, what the hell was that? That sucked. What is that? Okay, dodge that. What? That's not balanced. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projectiles on the screen all of a sudden. It does that a lot. There's a lot of times where an enemy just like goes blah and just hits you with something, and it's like, well, what's the answer there? Just not be there. But it's like, I think the game is like, water. Right, Elzak. No, I understand. I agree with you though. Like I actually agree with you. Insignia's tile sets are kind of like, there's a problem in that I tried, and then obviously, I mean, you can see this over time, right? Let's do a little walk down memory lane for a second. I'll walk you through what the journey I've gone on with these tile sets. So the first tile sets were, this is the second one. First one was like essentially just literally grass. Like that is the entire one. Okay. So like as generic as it could possibly be. Second tile sets, grass with some rocks. Now we're getting somewhere. Third tile set, more distinct grass blades, a bit more thought put into it, but with a mask behind it and some rocks in the middle of it that was sort of trying to do some bigger thoughts. But the tiles were still 16 by 16, which made it very hard to do any real storytelling inside of them. Then I went on to chapter 2 and I tried to build some more complex tiles. So you can't really see them here. 2019, no. Whoa, where's my screenshots of Cheverton and stuff? Did I just like stop sharing it? What the hell? I got nothing from that period? That's crazy. I really started going dark around then, didn't I? Okay, well, this tile set. This was the next iteration. Oh shit. Why'd I give this guy so much HP? God. Cool. So like this tile set is also quite generic, but there's a kind of roughness to the grass that makes it look interesting. And then I've got a lot of extra assets around it that help a lot too. All this stuff in the foreground. But I think the challenge here comes from the fact that there's so much density here. I mean, the mushrooms are sort of okay. I like it. I do like it. It's not bad. Like, I'm happy with it. But I think it's not very sustainable to work at this level. Or maybe it would be for me today. I don't know. Maybe I could do this quite easily. This is pretty easy to do these days. It took me a long time when I first did it. And this is very iterative. Like the wall came late. These mid-ground details came quite late. I love the foreground layer too. It's just, I need to be, the problem is I still have this issue. It's the details. It's like, I think about this so often. This is a thing with code, and it's a thing with graphic design. It's so similar. It's this issue. It's like fractal load balancing. Hey, Eurissimo. Thank you so much for the sub. I love the transition to over-exaggerating the grass in the previous ones where it felt like it was thin due to the grass being thin. Yeah. And I think honestly, like I still quite like the ones that I'm doing now. I sort of learned to have the grass be, like this is supposed to be pleasant. You know, it's not supposed to be wild. That's the next chapter. It's supposed to be more wild. So for me, I like that this grass is manicured, but I get it that it's just generic fantasy because it is. I mean, that is what it's sort of supposed to be, but I don't know if that's an effective move to make. So like there's this thing where like in programming, it's like you want something to be balanced so that there's something to look at every layer. Sorry, that's the art. In code, it's like, you know, you've got like one class with a bunch of logic in it sucks, right? Nobody likes to see that. And tons of classes with one function each sucks, right? Because you can't get a grasp of the code base if you're constantly having to swap between files. So like a good sort of something that's easy to traverse is something that's like, you have like, you know, a bigger class that references a bunch of things that have like reasonably decent responsibility. And then they have like more little small helpers that let them do specific things. And it's like something about this feels easier to grasp than something that's like either this or this. And it's like that with detail in art as well. Like if we go back to that game that I made, it's like the character has like a lot of like info in it. Not a lot of info, you know, it's a jam game, but like there's sort of like stuff at every level and nothing's really like, you can digest each level, right? The cognitive load is balanced across the different strata, is what I'm trying to say. That's such a wanky way to say it. But you're not over fixating on one part or over fixating on another. I think in my screenshots right now, like in this one, the grass is super busy and then there's like nothing back here. It's like super vague. I've got other levels that sort of are like, this level's kind of interesting too. You see I'm doing a bit more Hollow Knight stuff here. Foreground elements. The colors are way off, but like this is pretty cool. There's like a big set piece in the middle and then stuff that's not as attracting your attention. I like that a lot, actually. There's like specific details you can pick out and then mid details that are sort of, you know, a little bit offset from that. And then like super vague stuff. Now, obviously this could be polished up and look better. And sort of as we come to the play layer, it's a bit more dense, but I think the balance of that is still off here, where it's like it's too spiky, the amount of detail in that, like it's too very dense here and then very loose over here. I think this thing, if I did it right, I'll have to prototype it. But I think this idea of like creating flat shapes that have specific stories about them, that's the thing I'm going to grasp onto. I've never really tried to do that before. The closest thing would be like this, I think. I don't know if this will still work. No, it's all over the place. Like, see how like these foreground elements and like those roots in the background, it's like there's something kind of, and even this, it's like, this is a really cool, interesting shape. And these are all unique, but they're super low detail. That's like 2019. Same thing actually with this, what I was trying to do with these buildings. It's like, I want to convey that there are a lot of buildings. I want to give those buildings unique shapes, but it kind of can't be this. I think I overdid it here. I think there's too much detail. And I'm trying to do too much with the camera. You can't really see the vision for the space because it's so... I'm trying to show you everything at once. Yeah. I think this background's pretty nice. This one's, I think it's kind of gorgeous actually. But it's the easiest kind of background to do. Like this thing here where it's like, you can see the specific trees, you know, in between and the house. That's nice. Because it sort of gives you a nice clear separation of stuff. And the trees aren't that detailed. You know, they've only got 1 or 2 colors in them. But they create the structure that we need to say that, this is the neighborhood where Armin lives. These are the trees outside his house. It's not a tree tile set. I can see the trees. I can see their individual branches. They're assets. They have context, but they're not very detailed. Like if I was, God, here's another one, right? If I was thinking about this, do you know what I hate about this? As an artwork, there's no structure. There's no like, again, that like fractal load balancing of this. Do you know what I would do in a heartbeat here immediately? Like start getting some wood stuff and start showing me like other rock things that come from this stone elsewhere. Maybe, you know, put stuff out here. Maybe we've got like some kind of like target board or something where Wilhelm's been training or mucking around. Maybe we've got like, I don't know, other like wood, like maybe he's been chopping wood and he's got like logs that are just sort of sitting around. And then, you know, maybe we try to create a bit more structure in the midground and the background. Right now it's sort of on the cliff edge. Yeah, maybe there's like one of these banners is sort of like fallen forward in the scene. It's just like these kind of like incidental things that are here because someone was here. Maybe this is like clothesline, you know, where he does his washing. I could have that there. Of course I could. But for me, I've not done it because, yeah, this isn't gameplay right now. This is a halfway thing. Don't worry about it. And it's partly because of story reasons that I can't explain, but basically I made it so that originally you could walk straight past the watchtower in 2018. Then I needed it to be a forced gameplay moment. So I needed you to walk into the watchtower and then go forward by exiting the watchtower. And the only way I could do that was elevating the exit so that you couldn't go up here unless you'd gone through the watchtower. And then I moved the scenes around a bunch and I moved the watchtower. It used to be that there was like a thing there was like something like this. Let you walk up into it. But like, don't worry about it. This is the challenge that comes from doing story inside of game spaces. And maybe, I think what I'm learning here is that I need to decouple these things. I think they're too coupled. That's the problem. And I could do all of this detail. Of course I could. But the bar of detail is too high right now to do those quickly and effectively. That's the issue. It takes me too long. If I wanted everything to have the amount of detail that the watchtower has, it's like one of the most detailed assets in the game. It would take me a long time to have the... Do you know what it is? When you do tile sets like this that are so clear, the seams of everything become obvious. We were talking about this a little bit earlier with Hollow Knight, where in Hollow Knight, you don't really question how things connect to other things because the black connects all the shapes. You don't ask like, oh, is this blade of grass like actually sitting on the same piece of whatever as like the thing we just talked about with the tree? Like this question shouldn't be one that we can even ask. You know what I mean? You literally cannot ask that question in Hollow Knight because there's just not enough information visually to give you that impression that like a thing physically needs to be connected to another thing to be hanging correctly or it's breaking physics. You know, we don't question the physics of this world. Well, I don't think we have to do that, Regathian, unless we keep the reusability of the assets is actually just contingent on them being expensive to produce. But if they're not expensive to produce, then they don't have to be that reused. Like Nevermore, we were talking about. I don't think Nevermore, I mean, it's a small game, but like, who cares if this gets reused? It's a big shape. Like, so what? You do it in 30 seconds. And the important thing here is that the 30 seconds version of these things, the 30 seconds version of this tank hanging from the ceiling or whatever, with the valve or whatever, the 30 seconds version of this is more meaningful than nothing. Like if this was just like another piece of wood that came down because the wood tile set said that it needed to be that way without this thing, then it might look more detailed, it might look more clean, but it certainly wouldn't be more memorable. I think that's where we've gotten lost here. It's that those characters like this, it's so interesting. This could have been my watchtower, right? This easily, the watchtower could have been a bunch of bricks on a surface like this. No problem. Like, why did it need to be so detailed in how it was rendered? It's a mistake. And I'm paying for it now. Now, I don't think that any of those organic shapes in Insignia should be part of the geometry. I wouldn't say that. I think the geometry still needs to be... It's hard because I don't actually know the answer to this question. Like, what do we do with this? Do we need to do anything with this? Here's the question. Does the tile set need to be more distinct? I don't think it needs to be more distinct. I think it's okay for it to be rocks and dirt. It's more just what's around the tile set is not interesting. Like the fact that this is also just trees kind of hurts it a little bit. Now, actually, I personally, if I'm just being honest, I actually quite like the level. I like this level. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like all of it. I wouldn't change this level that much other than it being a bit more structured geometrically. Like the geometry could be a bit more structured, but like the level's pretty. I like it. I'm not really thinking about, oh no, what do I do with this empty space? Like, oh no, these rocks. I like the rocks. I like the grass. I like the trees. I like the boxes. I like the columns. I like everything. I just think that it could have a story about it that's a bit stronger in the mid-ground. Like this just could be more, there could just be more stuff. The assets in the level that tell story could be more liberal. I'm gonna have to, yeah, ruins would be a really good example. Ruins would be a great example. Like, what would I do with ruins in this space to build this into something that had narrative structure, world building structure? Do you know what? I did it quite well. I thought I did it quite well here. There's something not quite right about that mid foreground, but like this thing here where it's just like, we could do maybe like one level closer to this. There could be some stuff here that's like one level more detailed, but this creates a really nice sense of space without being particularly detailed. It's like pretty good at showing us some mid, background depth and whatever. It's not finished. It would be nice to have some stuff here in the mid ground, just behind the play space. But that's the kind of thing. I got to be really specific about what I do here. Whatever standard I set when I do this, I have to be very, very careful about it. Nowhere in my game has the thing that I'm talking about. Really. I don't really have anywhere in the game that handles these elements the way that I'm talking about, except maybe this sort of stuff, sort of doing it in the cave a little bit. It might be an area where I have to build up from nothing, a mock-up screenshot. Like this doesn't have it either. It's sort of okay here. This is not bad, all of this. But it's still very nondescript. It's getting there. Like being able to see the trees through the parallax is pretty cool. But it's like one level closer than the parallax layer. There needs to be something that's... It almost always might have to, like, I feel like a lot of the trend here is that it's architecture that's in disarray, like ruins or like some features. Blasphemous does a really good job of this, actually, in certain levels. Like this. I mean, I think this even could be better. But this like large structure that has like a kind of a real, it's like a, it's humans created that thing. You know, it's not just geometry. It's not just foliage. It tells you a story that somebody did something in order for it to exist. This to me is a bit boring. I'm not super impressed by this. This is nice. Again, ruins. Is it just ruins? But even they aren't doing a... Jeez Louise. Even they aren't doing a great job of... Oh, hang on. Yeah, that! This. This is very cool. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the lighting changes because the structure of the environment changes. Like, the physical space like has like a seam in it here, this column, which is it informs a change in the space, and then other details that are in the midground kind of get revealed. So it feels like this is all one big, like we're in it, like there's like a set piece here, the church gates or whatever they are, and the level is sort of built around it, and all the forms of the level conform to that. That's nice. But still doesn't have the thing that I'm trying to talk about. This is like one more thing. I actually think we should take some screenshots. So that's very good. I like that a lot. Very, very good. Reuse is not a question necessarily of like the strategy here. Reuse is a bonus. I'm not saying we do or we don't do it. I'm just saying like I don't want to build my... Even this. Oh, that's really nice. But it's hard. Like, is that an asset straight up? Like, it's actually not quite what I'm talking about, this thing. Although it's nice and it does do the job. It's sort of not that different from my bushes at the moment, the way that it works. It's just like a flat space that just happens to be occluding something else. This is very cool. Lots of varied lighting conditions too. Elzak was mentioning it. I think I agree. Hard to do that without a lighting engine, and I haven't really committed to one. Do you know what? I think I have this somewhere in this conversation we're having right now. I think I have a document where we have this exact conversation in the design doc for world layout and storytelling, which is where this conversation is about to be pasted. This is the production doc. But look at the details on these. These are fighting game levels. Like, holy shit. This is some of the most detailed pixel art I've ever seen. We can't do that. That's naughty. What I want is something that's... This thing here really struck me. I actually haven't seen it in any of these games yet. It's this idea where we have like loose assets that are specific. It mightn't even be possible. It mightn't even make any sense to do that. Like, I really think Nevermore does it almost perfectly. But the whole game's quite, it's not very strict about how it structures the assets. They all look a bit hodgepodge because it's Flash. It's this thing right here. Again, it's doing it well because it's black. That's the trick, I think. That's probably the easiest way to do it. See how like there's a concept here that's being... We're being introduced to a suggestion of a mine. And all that does the suggesting is the silhouette of a minecart and a rail. It's a specific detail, but it doesn't... It's a specific element, but it doesn't have a lot of detail. But it tells us a story, even with... It's just like blip, 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 blip. But now we think it's a mine. It gives context without giving detail. This is very powerful and very cheap. I don't know if detail is the right word here. These are quite detailed. It's just the contrast is quite low. Yeah, the problem is that doing that, what I just did, like, how do I create a world for Insignia where that's permissible visually? That's what I'm concerned about. What is the art style where I can get away with doing that? That is the silver bullet answer to all of these problems. That is the two things that we did today. It's solving that problem and then making everything more chunked so that I can frame these things better, more chunked gameplay nuggets, and more specific background art that isn't detailed. If I can do those two things, I think I'll have a lot of this mental stress alleviated. Owl Boy. Yeah, of course I know Owl Boy. You think I could make Insignia without Owl Boy existing? Yeah. Owl Boy is a big inspiration. Owl Boy and Iconoclasts are the two big ones. To me, those are like the two high-bit pixel art adventures that Insignia kind of was informed by the most. And I think that Iconoclasts, I don't know how, this is solo dev, I don't know how he did it, but he does it too. It's not bad. He's got some of these sort of like mid-ground assets but he's very sparing with them. And I would say that a lot of the level design is a bit generic. Some of it's not. The flatness of the level design, the flatness of the perspective helps a lot here. He uses geometry a lot, like geometric shapes, like squares and diamonds to get around a lot of this stuff. Especially in the beginning. Look at the levels for the layer, look at the level tessellation of the tiles. A lot of it is like there's an edge layer that just sort of, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it looks visually interesting because it's not just grass, it's like cubes, you know? But he's a machine. But I don't really like this. Like this thing where you just go, oh, I might throw some bricks here. That feels very Jazz Jackrabbit to me, that I'm not super into. Because it's like, it's very busy, right? This feels like a lot of stuff is in the frame. Like look at how many different, there's like the blue here, and then the blue here, which is like sort of green, and then brown, which has got red in it, and then brown that's got less red in it, it's more like orange, and then bricks, and then flour. It's just like, but that's way too much for me. There's no vibe. And Jazz Jackrabbit reminds me of that. It's just like stuff, like, and I'm not saying Iconoclasts looks bad, but I don't think I would follow it. I don't think I could follow it. It's not the vibe I want. And I also can't follow Blasphemous either. Blasphemous is such a goddamn trap. Look at how much friggin'... Do you know how much work it would be to do this pixel art in this background? Do you know how time consuming it would be to do this? It looks like it sort of wouldn't be that hard. And it's not that hard, but it's like a week. Like one artist, a whole week, they might get this done. Just what you're seeing in the background. Because like the details are so clean. Like every pixel on the seam of every little thing here is accounted for. And look at the color depth. Like there's a lot of different shades here and they move very smoothly. It's so subtle. It takes a long time to do that. It's good. It's actually very good. They're not over detailing it. It's pretty good. Like it's like some of the best work I've ever done would maybe get close to this. And most of my work is not the best work I've ever done. This is very good. I would struggle to keep up with this for a whole game. This kind of reminds me of what I'm doing for the archaeology thing, you know, just in terms of like how many shades of brown are here. It probably is over detailed. And for Insignia, I would say if I'm doing my job right, because you can achieve this is the thing. This is the real deal answer to all of this, what we've been talking about in this whole conversation, is do you need to do this to achieve this? If I take this and I flatten all of this, I think it must have been painted somehow and then pixelated afterward. That's what I would have done. If you simplified this way the hell down, it still has the same feeling. You know, conceptually, the structures are what's important, not really the level of detail. Like seeing this single pixel edge on this brick, probably not necessary. You could probably take that all away. You could have some details on the seams in the cracks here, but on the edges of the bricks, you don't even have to do all of them. You could do some of them, take some away. I do that a lot. And like at a screenshot level, like, yeah, you might miss some of it. Because I think what this is doing that's quite nice is like it's not necessarily cohesive, but it has quite a strong sense of depth. Like the light falling off into these cracks creates the mood. Other games create that mood with procedural lighting. You know, they would just chuck an actual light in the scene and they would just put this stuff, like set design in a 3D game would create this mood. In pixel art, you have to kind of commit to something. For me, my game's much flatter because I don't ever make those commitments because I haven't defined any of the spaces to need the light to be a certain way. Like it's much closer to Celeste here. But then again, Celeste uses the procedural lights. I think that's the next step for Insignia is like, there's a game, I don't know if Arkenpixel is in the chat right now, but Arkenpixel has a game called Frog Rain. And I'm actually quite impressed with the way that the game feels. Like no, not even talking about the quality of the art per se, but the way that light is used and color is very compelling. I like it a lot. What's going on here? Is my internet dying? Like, nice. Beautiful. Reminds me of almost like Fregato and Friends. And I think, again, the mood here is more important than the articulation of the pixel art. Right? It's pretty. It's pretty. Like, compare this with this, another frog game, and look at a similar screenshot. Now, I love Fregato and Friends visually. I think it's a beautiful game, but it's extremely detailed in a way that I'm not sure is valuable when I look at it now. That's not what I want. It let me copy the image, but it didn't let me copy the image. Bro, can I just say how big I want it? Yeah. Like, look at this. Let's compare frog for frog. I would say this is much less refined than this. Like, look at the freaking dithering on this. Oh, but also it's too noisy. Like, it's kind of too much. Like, I love the art, but it's like, it's hard to interpret this properly. Gorgeous game. So it's interesting, right? It's interesting. I think the answer is ultimately, and I've felt this way for quite a while, but I haven't really been able to express it because I've never taken the time. Ultimately, what matters is the composition, the screenshot, right? If we zoom out, some of these screenshots pop more than others. This one pops the most. In my mind, I think that's what Hollow Knight does so well. And again, not many, I mean, it's so overdone now, but it just does something that's very, the mood is so grabbing. And using shapes to create structure and then allowing detail to be the thing that kind of gives context, gives a bit more, context to the story of those things. That's important. And for someone like me who actually loves doing art in that way, my game doesn't do that. My game is comparatively very flat, Now, these are all screenshots from Scene Graph, which has got them at 90% opacity. So actually they're flatter here than they look, but they're less flat than they look. But still, I mean, like, this is really nice stuff. And I should be making a commitment to a style that has the features that I need to get the game over the line. I think we'll get there. I think we'll get there. A lot to think about. You know what the hard part is? Hey, Mustar. Okay. I don't have long, I'll be honest. I have to leave. But can you share us a link or something? Come on, Mustar, what link do you have? Something for us to look at? Okay, you can. Okay. Looking good so far. Pretty good. The Cheshire Cat's pretty cool. I would say the contrast on the teeth and the eyes versus the fur is kind of, it looks intentional, but it's very strong. I think you're going for that. I would even consider going a little bit darker around the eye line. just to make the eyes pop a little more, the way you've done with the mouth. I think your lighting's pretty good here, although you could again play with contrast a little more deliberately. I struggle with this, so don't worry about me saying it like this. But it's the distinction. It's like the how many pixels you dedicate to this color versus this color versus this color. You know, if you take this and you push it this way, it'll feel more like the dark was used with more intention when you get to it. Like right now, when you go back, it's not too bad. Maybe you would even go darker again. It just feels a little bit, the issue is like banding. Have you ever heard of banding before? It's like if you take one color and then you take another color and then another one and then another one. I can't tell what this shape is. Like it doesn't have a lot of form in it because it's just like light doesn't reflect off of things linearly, right? So like if I wanted it to be like a ball or like a round piece of metal or something, then I would have like little reflections and I would have the darker parts, and maybe I would push this all the way over here. And suddenly now that looks more like a piece of metal because of the way that the light is reflecting off of the little edges or whatever. So it's something to do with how you distribute the lights that can help create more or less structure. And typically you want to, I guess like with contrast as well, like there's a thing about, I mean, as I'm playing with this, you can kind of see how like sometimes it feels like it's got more or less shape to it. And particularly like with like people's features and stuff, like for example, this hand here, you can see right under my finger, like this is light. And then right next to it here, inside here is dark. And that creates the depth and the shape. And so the high contrast areas meeting the low contrast areas is, it's a real opportunity to create that depth. So I just think here, like where maybe just, it's like a little bit, it's a little bit flat in this space where I think you would be doing something like right around here would be some of the darkest spaces. But otherwise, like it's really good. Like I'm being nitpicky here, to be honest. I like how you're using texture here and there. There's a little bit you could do to refine it, but generally it's not bad. This is also not bad. I would consider using one more lighter color maybe here, just to give the very front, like you've got this edge that's lighting up all of these. Like where is the equivalent place on the sphere shape that's got this color? So like that there, and then even maybe like on the tips of the ears, you might see that same sort of thing. Like that, and then right here. Way better than just like that. Because the light is coming from the same place, right? It's all coming from the top down. So like, if this can see the light, the ear can also see the light. Maybe even, you know, up there, but I prefer to treat it like it's coming from the top. So I'm thinking of it more like this. Coming from us down towards it. Cool designs, interesting stuff. Okay, thank you for sharing. I gotta go, pals. This was really fun. This was like a whole deep discussion. I'm glad we had it. I think being frank is really important. Almost as important as being earnest or Adam. Yeah, no, I think like being like really clear about things, even if they're uncomfortable, is important sometimes, especially when you're trying to get direction on your game. Because even if you've committed a lot of energy to something and you've improved, it doesn't mean that you're there yet. And it's okay to not be there yet. Like, I know I'm not there yet, but I can see where I need to go to get there. So I just need to do a little bit more rethinking, a bit of refinement. Not a lot of work. Just, I mean, the goal is for it to be less work in the long run. That's the hope. We've got to figure out how to make that happen. Who are we rating? Twist on Fire? That's Deutsch. Like Sisyphus, but card game. Wardstone Studio. Let's rate them. Thanks, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Welcome back, YouTube viewers. It's been great to have you. That's the stream. If you like my content, please wishlist Insignia. And I'll catch you Monday. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.